or any other. Because there are ministers who say my constituency is Rwachitura, appointing authority. So whether your constituency is Plot 1 Nakasero, or Mitoma, or Amuru, you are a minister and you are a member of parliament. So, colleagues, and I also wish to remind all of you that under Rule 112 of our Rules of Procedure, ministers inclusive, they are members of parliament and we are all obliged to attend this house. Any member, including ministers, who miss 15 consecutive sittings of parliament will be referred to Rules Committee in accordance with Rule 112, Sub-Rule 8 of our Rules of Procedure. I also want to inform you, honorable colleagues, that the House now is open to all of us and we shall come to attend sittings. I accordingly instruct the clerk to resume registration of attendance of all members at every sitting. Okay? If you miss 15 sittings, we no longer want the excuse of COVID. Colleagues, we have opened parliament fully. You must attend parliament. And we are going to start, we are going to start, colleagues, we are going to start picking your registration lists. Clocking in is now a must for each and every one of you. If we assess as presiding officers and we find that you have missed 15 consecutive sittings of parliament, colleagues, you risk losing your seat. That one we have resolved on it as presiding officers and we are going to take serious action on it. Colleagues, yesterday I called on the Minister of Energy to also present a statement on the emergency operations around the Simba to do with flooding. So I'll be amending the order paper to include that. But also the Minister of Agriculture. We have issues around agriculture, hunger and everything. He has had a statement on the order paper pending for long. That is on value chain, agriculture value chain. So today I'll also amend the order paper to include him. I'll also amend to let the government chief whip designate the new members who were sworn in yesterday to committees as per rules of procedure. The members of Physical Planning Board who are here is Madam Amanda Ngabirano, who is the chair of the board, Miss Jackie Kemigisha, board member, Ms. Naiga Gasara, board member, Dr. Ernest Chibugwe, board member, Mr. Edward Simba, board member, Ms. Florence Namboze, board member, and Mr. Wamai David, board member. Colleagues, join me in welcoming them. So, I know there are reactions I can see to my communication. Let me start with Honorable Sereko. I add on Honorable Macho, I add on Honorable Serwani, and the Kumi. 2 minutes each. Clerk, please ensure that we use 2 minutes each.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wonderful communication. Right Honorable Speaker, procedurally, you've spoken about the quorum of this House and attendance. Right Honorable Speaker, under Rule 24, when determining matters in this Parliament, at times of voting, we shall refer to 1/3. The mask was vacated a while ago.
Honorable Sereko, just a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, there is guidance I gave and I've given it several times, that the moment you respond to a colleague who is not on record, you're bringing rumors on record. That's what you're doing. Now, whoever will be reading the Hansard will say, whom was he responding to? Huh? they don't connect, because the Hansard, only you who is on the floor is captured. Others who are talking from the sides are not captured. So I implore you, stop responding to colleagues who are trying to take you. Those are rumors. That's what we consider.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In lieu, your ruling would mean today, or your guidance to the House, would mean that we vacate the ruling that previously was held by the House as regards matters of quorum, which we had adopted as a result of COVID restrictions. In this matter, we had previously agreed to the number being 100 in the House and 1/3 being present would warrant us to take a position on that matter. I would like to seek your clarification on this matter. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to applaud you on the matter of our physical planning body and the limited facilitation that they are getting. Of course, the whole world would like to move on a path of a planned society, and Uganda inclusive. We are part of the different world protocols and treaties and orders, and if we do not empower such people, then our future is bleak. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nsereko. I get the point you've raised. We've moved on, because we've come to check on the Hansard. We have MPs who have never spoken. When you ask that MP, says, but I've never been given a chance to attend because of COVID. Now, there is an MP who went and made it on radio somewhere in the north that to speak in Parliament you first lobby the presiding officer. Yes, but I never see him here, because I've tried to see him here all times I have chaired. I want to give him an opportunity without him robbing me. I've never seen him. So we want your people to see you. Yes, your constituents voted you. We want you to be seen. So we want you to come to the House. Honorable Solomon.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your communication.
But where we find, because we keep assessing situations, we consult with the Minister of Health and all that. Where there is a situation, we shall be informing the House otherwise, in case of any changes.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for your communication, which was very clear to this House, Right Honorable Speaker. However, Right Honorable Speaker, it has become a practice and a culture, and even you today in your communication, you have told us that Parliament made a resolution, the Speaker directed, the Prime Minister stood here and said, I am the Prime Minister of Uganda, the Uganda construction should stop, and the town clerk continued to build. Right Honorable Speaker, it is becoming a common practice that the decisions we take in Parliament is not respected. They instead take other decisions as government, and they continue just not respecting the decisions of Parliament and implementing other things. For example, why would the town clerk go ahead to allow construction when the Prime Minister of the country has said stop until there is even a court process? Right Honorable Speaker, if this indiscipline continues and we make directives here, you make a directive in Parliament and they disregard your directive, I think if we continue moving in that direction, Right Honorable Speaker, we are going not to deliver the mandate of the people that put us here in Parliament. Wouldn't it be the right time for us to take strong decisions on certain people so that there is somebody who is responsible for the process? Right Honorable Speaker, if this indiscipline continues and we make directives here, you make a directive in Parliament, and they disregard your directive. I think if we continue moving in that direction, right, Honorable Speaker, we are going not to deliver the mandate of the people that put us here in Parliament. Will it be the right time for us to take strong decisions on certain people so that there is somebody who is responsible for something? Because you cannot disregard the Speaker of Parliament, you disregard the Prime Minister of Uganda, you disregard the Parliament, you disregard all other institutions in the country, and you just continue with a lot of impunity. I don't know, Speaker, I thought that is something that we should take strongly as take a decision that will benefit us.
And my instruction is to the Committee on Physical Infrastructure. I need you also to visit that same site in Uganda. I need the committee to go on the ground and clearly identify what the problem is, or where is the best. Because open spaces are for the public. It's for all of us. It's for benefiting us. Now, on ministers, what I forgot to announce, Government Chief Whip coordinate with the Prime Minister and submit to the Office of the Speaker a rota of ministers' attendance by Thursday next week, so that we know if it's a Thursday, it's Tayewa attending. If it's a Tuesday, it's Anya attending. And whoever misses according to that rota is the one we shall go for. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Speaker, you had allowed.
Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, before the government chief whip was appointed, and when I was still serving as Minister of State for Education and Sports, responsible for sports, the Ministry of Education and Sports received a circular from the Right Honorable Prime Minister informing every ministry to submit a rota in terms of how ministers will apportion themselves to attend Parliament. I know, for instance, the Ministry of Education and Sports, we submitted. And my day then was Thursday, and I believe that will be automatically replaced by my brother and friend, Honorable Peter Ogwang. Right Honorable Speaker, with your directive and deriving my powers from Rule 15, Sub-Rule 10B, which states that other functions of the government chief whip, opposition chief whip, and party whip shall include B, keeping members informed of parliamentary business. I undertake to extract that list, submit it on the floor of Parliament for ministries that have complied, including those that have not complied. Then we will even write to those who have not yet complied. I even put the ministries who have not yet complied to make sure they comply before Tuesday next week, such that by Thursday we are ready to brief Parliament on the rota of ministers who should attend.
Thank you. Thank you. Ministers, this will be to your own benefit, because I've been here and the minister comes on the floor, you hear members saying, who is that one? And yes, and the minister, full minister members, who is that one? You know? So I had allowed Honorable Macho on procedure.
Mr. Speaker, you are a gift to this Parliament, because I see your guidance is bringing very good innovations. As I speak now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know who is the cabinet minister of trade. I don't know him or her, but I think with your ruling, I'll be able to know. Mr. Speaker, as I proceed, I really congratulate my brother, Honorable Obua, for the new appointment as our whip. And I know that through his hard work and his necessary bed of politics of the Youth Council, where Mr. Speaker, you also belong than me. The ministers, I don't know, because the way we are trained, I see fire in the house on the front page. Mr. Speaker, another thing I want to appreciate your guidance on the National Planning Board. The fact of the matter, this country, Uganda, needs this board more than any other country in the East Africa. We have town councils, we have new cities, but the planning of these urban places is very, very badly neglected. In all the cities, I think it is only Kampala with a state square whereby people can go and sit and relax and plan. All these squares that were in the cities have been grabbed. I therefore want strongly to support you that the committee of fiscal, that one should go ahead. She should go ahead so that it can implement put in place for our government to run. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Then Honorable Nanka will run anti-motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you've directed on attendance something that is not a directive that is not being issued for the first time. Mr. Speaker, I fear that the presiding officers are rendering themselves powerless, because we have ministers here that have never come to Parliament. The Honorable Janet Kataha has never stepped here. I thought in your communication, since you said we are going to refer ministers to disciplinary committee, that you are going to announce you start with Honorable Janet Kataha. But also fundamentally, Mr. Speaker, the office of the whip is an office of Parliament. The NRM, through their internal arrangement, elevated the whip to become a cabinet minister. I am fearing, Mr. Speaker, the whip is at the same level with all cabinet ministers. Maybe in NRM there is no protocol that a minister, cabinet minister, will be ordering another cabinet minister. Because I sympathize with Honorable Bua that he will be ordering General Tafile to come here. Universal standard. The Prime Minister should be the one ordering ministers to come to Parliament, not a cabinet minister ordering a fellow cabinet minister. You're going to have a problem, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. Quickly, two things. One, you heard me, I said coordinate with the Prime Minister. I said government chief whip, coordinate with the Prime Minister. Because government chief whip every day is here. So it would be very, and is under office of the Prime Minister. So it makes it very much easy. Number two, colleagues, you can be absent from this house even for 2 years, as long as you have clearance of the Speaker, after giving a reason which the Speaker feels is valid. That we consider, and if you come to us and you show, then we will be considering your case on case-by-case basis. Colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have officials from Napaka district. We've been talking about Napak nearly every day here, so I'm glad we have officials from Napaka district represented by Honorable Nakut Face Lolu, Honorable John Bosco Ngoya, and Honorable Peter Ken Angela Lochap. They include Mr. Amos Lochembo, Senior Social Worker, Moroto Catholic Diocese. Mr. Michael Tumwesije, Executive Director in Need Home. Mr. Dungamanya Mary Assumpta, Councillor, Moroto Catholic Diocese. Mr. Lokuta John, Community Mobilizer, Karmajong in Katwe and Kisenyi. Mr. Abura Bruno Noveri, teacher. Mr. Matteo Aladori, volunteer from Italy. Mr. Rachel La Sara, volunteer from Italy. Miss. Mr. Georgia Cassano, volunteer from Italy. No, I'm reading from here. So, Miss, you know, some countries have adopted neutral statuses, but this one is very clear. Miss, the Miss. Dr. Johnson Ngolok, opinion leader from NAPAC. They've come to follow proceedings of this house. Colleagues, join me in welcoming them. I had allowed Honorable Chimosho and Honorable Nankabira. You had stood up on procedural role. No, Honorable Chimosho first.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to appreciate your concern about planning. Honorable Speaker and members, we created more cities. And my hope was that we have learned a lot of lessons from the congestion and the poor planning in Kampala. Honorable Speaker, if you drive into most of these cities that we have created, they are getting more slummy. There will be more bigger slums than Kampala is. It is my humble appeal to this House, through you, Honorable Speaker, that we put greater emphasis on planning. If you are taking off from Entebbe Airport or you are landing, you may think you are headed for a very serious punishment, especially if you are coming from countries that planned their areas. It is very embarrassing. When you are driving into Entebbe or getting out of Entebbe, it is another embarrassment that you may need some psychological attention or to manage you, especially if you have traveled out of this country and you have been to serious cities. I want to appreciate your concern, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to appeal to honorable members in this House that if there is something that we should put our attention and be counted for, is to champion planning of our cities so that we avoid repetition of what has happened to Kampala. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. I'd allowed Honorable Nankabira.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you clarified the point I was going to talk about roster.
Okay.
And I have nothing useful to add on.
Kumi, Honorable Christine.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, aware that Uganda is on the move to urbanization. I want to thank you for the observation with the problem affecting the performance of the fiscal planning department. The law facilitation given to that department directly affects the performance of the physical planning committees at local government level. Our members, we have physical, and you find that their frequency of holding meetings is very low because of no facilitation. We have a number of local governments, including municipalities up to date, that do not have physical planning plans. And what is being done is guesswork. Across the country, a number of centers are coming up and developing, and people are establishing structures. But what happens because of lack of physical planning in these growing centers, Mr. Speaker, you find that after people have struggled to erect them, they end up getting demolished, causing a lot of losses. So I am here really giving a bit of testimony that that funding affects the performance in turn get affected. And so Parliament should really support that And in any case, if possible, if a supplementary could be given, it would support their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Just Opposition Chief Whip. Colleagues, we have assigned a committee, but now we are debating. So please, time is not on our side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, members of this House, under the leadership of the Leader of the Opposition, undertook an emergency response oversight visit.
No, Honorable Nambeshi, the Leader of Opposition does not lead this House.
Members, he led members on a delegation. It was a delegation.
All from opposition.
Of course, including others from
Okay.
the other side. What would be wrong with that, Mr. Speaker, sir? So we undertook an emergency response oversight visit.
I'm going to include you on order paper.
Because it was in your communication and I expected that space.
Yes, they've showed me it was an oversight on our side.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to include you.
Thank you.
Matters of national importance, Honorable Cecil Ogwan. Colleagues, we can't do reaction for this long. We can never finish.
Right Honorable Speaker,
colleagues, I request you.
The urgency was more on reaction from your communication, but now that you have picked me to raise matter of national importance, Right Honorable Speaker, for the sake of time, I'm just going to summarize and lay this document so that anybody who is interested can study. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on matters of national importance concerning the late Robert Erasmus Ekino. The late Ekino was appointed administrative officer at the base of public service in 1963 and rose to be permanent secretary and secretary of the treasury up to 1986. And Right Honorable Speaker, after that, when the NRM government came to power, he was appointed deputy minister, and during that, also and other parts of the north. So, Honorable Robert Ekino, together with other members of parliament, they braved an action to go and engage rebels in the bush. And it ended up in this man losing his life. And during that time, his home was occupied by the government soldiers for about 9 to 10 years. The properties that were there were damaged and so on. So, Right Honorable Speaker, there are communications from the President and the Attorney General concerning the compensation of these public servants. Unfortunately, no positive action has been taken that satisfies but the most important, Right Honorable Speaker, is his pension. The pension of by the what do you call it? The currency devaluation in 1987, and that actually reduced his pension to 32,000, which is not even enough to carry the member of the family from Pensa to here. So I'm asking you, Right Honorable Speaker, if you could direct the Minister of Public Service, although the records are there, the President has written, and the Minister of Public Service has acknowledged, and the Attorney General has acknowledged the need for compensation. But these are people, and I'm raising this because I know in our community there may be people who are suffering the same fate. These people have not been paid their personal and family properties, and above all, the pension. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay a document which has been summarized by the family with all the letters from the Attorney General, the Ministry of Public Service, His Excellency the President's letters, urging the government to compensate the family and to pay Robert Ekino his pension. I beg to lay the document for anybody to scrutinize and agree with me. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that Robert Ekino
Thank you.
Deployed while the wife is still alive. She's battling with blood pressure and diabetes, and only God knows when she'll go. I think it's important that something should be done.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Public Service, please handle this matter and report back to the House in 1 week's time. Honorable Susan Ameru.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national importance. Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Health stood here and told us about the malaria vaccination that they're about to carry out on our children at school. To ask the Minister if it is possible to give us all the vaccines that we are using in this country and tell us whether these vaccines are certified by World Health Organization. Because I have suffered to look after a child who was vaccinated with this so-called rubella, and the child almost died. I am just afraid, and I want to know if the minister can come out clearly and explain to us if these vaccines we are using are certified and good for use, because COVID, and we have taken this vaccination, and we want to know clearly that it is good. It is not going to endanger us in Uganda.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I want to thank my sister for what she has raised and for her worries. Right Honorable Speaker, we have not started vaccinating people in Uganda recently. Perhaps even my mother, the one up as a little girl, and many other elderly people in this country. So we must really appreciate and embrace vaccines. Uganda is among the 194 WHO countries. We subscribe, and we are members, and we vote. And there is no medicine or vaccine that comes into Uganda that is not WHO certified. And they cannot even accept. One time, there was a country that wanted to give us donations of duocortexin. And WHO rejected and said that is a country that subscribes to WHO. So unless it is WHO certified, you cannot receive it. So there is no vaccine that enters Uganda that is not WHO certified. Right Honorable Speaker, there is no medicine in this world that does not have side effects. Even Panadol has side effects. And we continue to monitor. If my sister has met with a challenge, I humbly request her to come and we have a discussion and we find a solution. The malaria vaccine that we want to introduce in 2023 is highly required in this country, highly required. Right now, we have many regions in this country, including my sister's own region, where we are having an upsurge of malaria, with many children and older people dying. We are trying to look for all solutions to reduce mortality. And the vaccine is in short supply. Only 10 countries can access it. And we are running like mad to try and be one of the 10 countries. I think we need to appreciate and
thank you, colleagues. The other day I informed you that matters of national importance, communication and everything will be stopping at 3 p.m. And it's now 3 p.m. So the rest of the matters under Prime Minister's time, I'll allow you on questions for oral answer. Next item.
Statement on the emergency total shutdown of Simba.
Honourable Minister of Energy. The statement uploaded, I hope so.
I submitted a copy to the clerk and I requested that it is uploaded.
Colleagues, is the statement uploaded?
Please check, because I submitted. Can I be reading?
Colleagues, are you okay? They read the statement as
short statement.
As we wait for it to be uploaded. Should we? Oh, I'm told it's uploaded. The clerk is informing me it's uploaded.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
But I need a copy here, clerk, and I get a copy.
Honorable colleagues, this is a statement to Parliament on the emergency total shutdown of the Simba hydro power plant. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as you may be aware, the 183 megawatt Simba hydro power plant, which is located in Kayunga district, experienced an emergency shutdown on Monday 8th of this month, 2022. The shutdown was due to the flow of water into the powerhouse that triggered a dam safety procedure to ensure safety of staff and protection of the equipment. The flow of water into the powerhouse arose from an operational challenge. So the objective of this statement, Right Honorable and colleagues, is to update Parliament on the emergency total shutdown of the plant, 183 megawatt Simba hydropower plant, and also request Parliament to note the measures being taken to restore power production at the plant. Right Honorable Speaker, on Monday, I issued the same statement to Cabinet, to update Cabinet as we are required as ministers. I also issued a press release to really cool down the people who had got worried. And I had planned to issue the same statement this August Parliament this week. And I'm therefore grateful for this opportunity you've given me to bring my colleagues on board on Simba. What was the cause of the emergency shutdown of this plant? Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, at about 11 a.m. on 8th of August, which was a Monday, the Simba powerhouse flooded and some equipment they had been put out of use to allow the contractor to undertake routine maintenance. And at the time of the incident, the scheduled works included installation and testing of the equipment supplied by the contractor for safe access to the powerhouse. As the operations and maintenance team at the Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited was attempting to create a safe working environment within the powerhouse area, a malfunction occurred, causing flow of water into the powerhouse, and investigations are underway to establish the exact cause of this incident. As you are aware, colleagues, water and electricity are the best friends at one time, but on another of loss of life. What have we done on restoration? The powerhouse was dewatered using the station drainage pumps, and it took about 10 hours to remove all the water and create a safe working environment. Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited responded spontaneously by taking the following measures to ensure continuity of electricity supply in the country. One, initially, we imported power close to 60 megawatts in order to stabilize the electricity grid. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you may recall that Uganda as a country has had power trade arrangements with the Republic of Kenya since 1960. And these arrangements normally come in handy whenever we have challenges similar to what we are experiencing with the Simba hydropower plant that affect grid stability. I also beg to report that as of today, the amount of power that we are importing from Kenya has gone down to less than 30 megawatts. And I will tell you the reasons, and it will continue going down. I seek for your protection, Right Honorable.
Colleagues, you will have time to submit. Let's listen. We are eating into our own time.
Exactly. 2, electricity dispatch of 50 megawatts of power from our own Namave thermal power plant, which is a security plant, stand by to be utilized under such circumstances. And 3, we dispatched 20 megawatts from Kakira Sugar Power Plant. 4, we are optimizing the generation capacity of available power plants across the country. And 5, implementation of load shedding to balance power demand and supply and ensure that grid stability is achieved and sustained. The Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited has undertaken the required analysis and has prioritized the restoration of generation through a detailed analysis to ensure restoration of generation at the Simba hydropower plant within 3 weeks of from the incident, including reviewing the safety and operation procedures, and B, returning the plant to automated operation within 6 months since the equipment has been manufactured and shipped to Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as to whether Uganda has excess power and why should we import is the question that I know that everybody wants to hear. On many occasions we've informed the country that we are not consuming all the power that we have generated. Today we are going to have the answer. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, following the press statement that I issued yesterday on this matter, there's been inquiries regarding the country's installed power generation capacity and the importation of power. I wish to inform the honorable colleagues that the country's installed power generation capacity is 1,378.1 megawatts. Installed capacity is 1,378.1 megawatts, which indicates excess generation relative to the country's peak system demand of about 900 megawatts, and including about 50 megawatts of power exported to Kenya. On a day-to-day basis, the available generation capacity, which we call farm capacity, from the different generation plants keeps on changing due to a number of factors, which include, among others, the routine maintenance of generation. For example, in Nalubale, where we are carrying out maintenance, some units are switched off. You can't carry out maintenance when you are generating. So when you switch off 1 unit or 2 units, that means you are now going to have a deficit, or you are going to have less power. Low hydrology affecting generation capacity. Most of these rivers we have hydrological problems. During dry seasons, you generate less. At a season like this, where we have started experiencing rainfall, generation will go up. This is where the difference comes from. It's because of the hydrological behavior of our rivers. And the biggest percentage of our energy mix is hydropower, almost 90%. So anything that affects the production of hydropower will end up reducing our capacity. Sometimes there are faults affecting generation capacity. Sometimes generator efficiencies going down with age of equipment. In addition, power from some of the plants is not fully evacuated due to lack of transmission distribution infrastructure that we continue to address through increased investment in the sector. You have different generation plants. If I can demonstrate, that plant there is generating 30 and has generated 30. That is its capacity. Another one 20 and another one. But you need power somewhere. You must have the infrastructure to remove that power which is generated to a point where you need it. Those are the transmission lines and substations. And from the transmission lines and substations, doesn't end there. You have to do last mile connection. Minus that, you remain with that power generated and you count it. It's part of your generation capacity. But when it comes to consumption, you are just looking at it. It is not yet uploaded on the national grid. That's where we talk about excess. I always put it in quotes. It's not excess per se, because the people of Chivoga still need power. But it is excess because we are not using it. Because we are constructing the evacuation infrastructure. And you always appropriate money to my ministry to do the needful of evacuation and transmission. Right Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues, during this week starting 15th August 2022, the available farm capacity is about 640 megawatts. The variances is a result of the low hydrology I've talked about and the variability of the grid-connected solar power plants routine maintenance. For 1 unit of 50 megawatts at Vujagali, 1 unit, 50 megawatts. If you are working on maintenance and switch it off, you've switched off 50 megawatts. And the current outage at Simba. However, it is important to note that without major breakdowns on the system, like loss of a major generation facility, as we have experienced with the Simba hydropower plant, Uganda's current total generation capacity is sufficient to meet our current electricity demand needs. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I request you to note that the cause of the total shutdown of the Simba hydropower plant, which occurred on the 8th this month in the year of 2022, was a trigger on a dam safety procedures to ensure dam safety, safety of staff, and protection of equipment, following the flow of water into the powerhouse. And I again thank God that no lives were lost following that incident. I would like you to note that UETCL, Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited, continues to implement measures to ensure continuity of electricity supply. I request you to note that appropriate measures are being undertaken by Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited to restore power production at Simba hydropower plant within 3 weeks, and testing of the plant has commenced today. In these 3 weeks, Right Honorable Speaker, that UETCL, Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited, continues to implement measures to ensure continuity of electricity supply. I request you to note that appropriate measures are being undertaken by Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited to restore power production at Simba hydropower plant within 3 weeks, and testing of the plant has commenced today. In these 3 weeks, Right Honorable Speaker, we have decided to use the manual mode. Our plant has 2 systems, the automated system and the manual mode. The automated system will require shipment of equipment. The manual mode is now what we are going to test. That means within the 3 weeks, we will begin generation, but not the full capacity. Full capacity is expected to be triggered after 6 weeks. I hope that we shall not suffer any delays. And as we do that, we shall be reducing on the amount of power that we import from Kenya. The cost associated with all the required remedial works are still under assessment, and it is expected that they will be accommodated within the operation and maintenance budget for the plant from what they have looked at quickly. However, detailed investigations are underway, and once a comprehensive root cause analysis report is finalized, my ministry will take appropriate recommendations. I beg to request that my people on the ground be allowed time to do the work quickly. Of recent, we've received the invitations from various people, Committee of Parliament, wanting to come and see. But like you could be aware of such incidences and such plants which generate power, we need limited interruptions, but I'll be guided. Right now, we are working around the clock to make sure that at least we restore generation. And we have given ourselves 3 weeks for the manual mode and then 6 weeks to install the equipment. I beg to submit. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Colleagues, I will give you time on this issue. Yeah, Minister, thank you so much for explaining some of these issues, because it has brought light a lot of things. Now we've come to know about that we have generation capacity, installed capacity, but we should also look at consumable capacity. Because and what you're generating, but you include that one which you cannot utilize, then we are misled as a country. And especially when it comes paying dimmable costs, energy costs, in excess of hundreds of billions every financial year. So I hope, Honourable Minister, that now that you've come to this ministry, you address the issue of the mismatch Yeah, because why do you build the line? You sign an agreement that the date is commissioned, you will start paying, and you don't plan for transmitting, for evacuating that power. And you spend around 3 years paying. So that's poor planning. Number two, Honorable Minister, we also have a fear. Because when you say at the beginning of rains, the Simba has flooded, what about when it starts raining seriously? Some areas haven't even received any rain. We have just started receiving rains and flooding has taken the dam. Now what about when it starts raining El Nino? Huh? What is going to happen? So I think we need to really, because Honorable Beatrice Anywa can tell us how much rain is coming. Me, I'm scared. Me, I'm really scared. Then, of course, Honorable Minister, this is a dam we commissioned not more than 2 years ago. We know the rain patterns. How can we say we never foresaw such a situation? And can we remedy it? Open up. I open up to you. Let me start with the former chairman, Natural Resources Committee. I add on Honorable Dubai. Then, yes, hey. Then I'll also pick. Who is that in a double-breast? Okay. Is next. The 3 first, and then Honorable Cicero. I'm going to allow you, colleagues,
to reiterate them in a very humble, gentle manner. We did make a very comprehensive report. It ended up, actually, you know where it ended up, the highest level possible in this country. And we were invited to explain, and we did explain. Our fears are now coming to bear. And we raised our concerns, and I'm happy you are trying to reiterate them in a very humble, gentle manner. We did make a very comprehensive report. It ended up, actually, you know where it ended up, the highest level possible in this country. And we were invited to explain, and we did explain. Our fears are now coming to bear very clearly. Anyway, we have 1,378 installed capacity. Yeah.
Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, our rules don't allow us to debate in parables. That a colleague with you went where, meeting which high officers. A statement has been issued by a minister. And in your wisdom, you chose a former chairman of a committee to benefit Parliament. But he speaks as if you are in a conversation with him. Is he in order?
Honorable Jarugaba, please converse with the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, 1,378 megawatts, that is installed capacity. Honorable colleagues, I would like to know how much of this is Number 3, we have small power stations. Right Honorable Chair, Speaker, the Honorable Minister would probably know that there is a power station in Chikagati that's in Greater Mbarara, which was constructed and completed, but up to now, the power, it's scheduled to produce about 15 megawatts. That could maybe even cover most parts of Western Uganda. But up to now, that power station has not been commissioned. The power, of course, has not been evacuated, and it remains, of course, redundant. Wouldn't that be saving a lot?
Thank you. Clerk, please say 2 minutes strictly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. Right Honorable Speaker, I've heard the Minister very well. My concern is that there is something the Minister is hiding. Shadow work in this country. Shadow work.
Shoddy and shoddy or shoddy? Very good. Shoddy work.
Shoddy work, wherever it is. This thing happened with Karuma.
Colleagues, please, order.
It affected my people in Amolatab. Flooding everywhere. The roads were flooded, gardens were flooded, and government did not even compensate people. Now, when I hear about the Simba again, I'm worried about my people in Amolatab. Flooding again is going to come at the time when my people have famine, and we should address this issue of shoddy work. Correction everywhere. Spend money, and the work is not done well. My concern is about my people of Amolatab. Environmentally, we are in a peninsula, and when this flood comes, it can even swallow the whole of the district. So please, Minister, be open and tell us this issue of the shoddy work.
Thank you, Honorable James. Thank you. No, Honorable Choni, your neighbor. I picked your neighbor. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like, my name is Sechans Bernard Chira. I represent people of Diego County. I would like to thank the Minister for the statement she has made to us, but I'm confused. How am I confused? Me, I know that we are the one who export power or electricity to Kenya. Again, the minister has been telling us that we are going to import again power from Kenya. Right, Honorable Speaker, let the minister tell us the truth. And let the minister don't confuse the country. What is the rate? Because I'm already also confused. Power or electricity to Kenya. Again, the minister has been telling us that we are going to import again power from Kenya. Right, Honorable Speaker, let the minister tell us the truth. And let the minister don't confuse the country. What is the rate? Because I'm already also confused.
Thank you.
Not only that, Right, Honorable Speaker.
Now,
I request the minister.
No, Honorable, please. Please continue. Continue.
Yes, I request the minister.
You're protected.
Our people are crying really. Uganda. There is the issue of the meter. The government said it's going to provide meters to our people. But now people are just buying all the time. Really, my colleague talked of the shadow work. Indeed, that is what he said. But the minister, indeed, we need to change so that our country benefit. Thank you, right?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Bernard. Honorable Bernard, I will tell the minister not to confuse you next time. Okay? Yes. Let's allow Honorable Kwizera, our returnee.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Then I
Thank you
got
very
the
much.
back.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in my view, the minister's statement is too early because the country has no capacity to find out the cause. Because the installed capacity is known, the contractor handed over, and the commissioning was done. So does the country have capacity now? So the minister should be telling us that they have now engaged or advertised for the contractor, the professional person, to come and carry out the study. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
After I'm coming this side.
For record purposes, a very good friend. I do represent the people of Tilu County. Right Honorable Speaker, and I think to Ugandans out there listening and watching this parliament this afternoon, she has given us a very worrying statement, especially at a time when us as government were telling people we are going to shift their life from subsistence to commercial agriculture, and we intend to put money in their pockets. And we have said that parish development model is going to be an engine to get our people out of poverty. And we are capitalizing on even power to ensure that we do add value to some of these products that we are telling our people to engage in. Now that the Right Honorable Speaker is telling us that the most dams that we have, which intend to produce power so that we distribute this power to our people so that they can engage in commercial agriculture, she's telling us that we are having a problem to an extent that we need to import power from. I can tell you, Right Honorable Speaker, that where I come from, I have a whole sub-county without power. And we are telling people that we need to get them out of poverty through commercial agriculture. Right Honorable Speaker, it reminds me, it seems most of our ministers are reading books very well. There is a book, Conventions of Uneconomic Hitmen. We are giving this country projections, which we are not actually earning a lot out of them. We are telling people that when we create these dams, we are going to generate a lot of power and that we are going to grow our economy by this percentage. But at the end of the day, Right Honorable Speaker, we are finding that we are turning into economic hitmen for this country. And our people out there have sent us here so that we represent them so that the services reach to them. If we continue telling our people these stories, I can assure you members that we are going to continue coming.
Honorable there, Honorable Chibadia is the neighbor for Simba, and the Honorable Pair. Then I come here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the elaborative explanation she gave. Indeed, we had to understand. However, Honorable Minister, the biggest concern I want to bring to you or to your attention is the suppliers that we normally give them work. Honorable Minister, you need to take very keen interest in ensuring that we give contracts to people who have capacity to deliver. The Honorable Minister, a case in point is Kidgum District. We have had the issue of installation of transformer almost coming to 4 years, and it's just going to be completed. Of recent, a supplier called me and said, Member of Parliament, please, can you help and have these transformers commissioned? I have them ready, but there's no one to come and help with the commissioning. Honorable Minister, suppliers normally let us down in terms of quality. And I also get disappointed when we have delays, all in the names of delays at clearance from URA. We are one arm of government. There's an emergency to do with electricity. I think there should be expedition in the process of clearing these equipment which are being brought in the country to fix these issues. Otherwise, Honorable Minister, without electricity supply, we cannot do anything. We can't register any development for this.
Thank you, Honorable Colleague.
Thank you.
Honorable Chibadia, I have some engineers in the house. I want them also to give us. I'll start with the Honorable Kasibat with a neighbor Sare Upendi, engineer repair. A federal an engineer. There's engineer Uganda. Honorable Karwanga, you're an engineer also. Then I come. Honorable Chivadia.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, we need to thank the Minister for the report. But Right Honorable Speaker, one of the issues facing Uganda is hiding the truth. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister must have visited Simba after the incident. And the Minister has not visited Simba. She has said no. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from that area. I want to be clear on this. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue that happened was not flooding. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue was technical. And there are chances that it was intentional. Right Honorable Speaker, I need the Minister to pick interest in this. The people that are managing Simba are the same people that are managing the thermal in Namamva and so on. Right Honorable Speaker, pick interest after the shutdown of Simba, the cost of thermal for this country that you will see. Right Honorable Speaker, the capacity of the person who managed at that time, I want the Minister to pick interest, investigate that person, the qualification of that person. Right Honorable Speaker, some of these things that are happening in Simba are not by accident and mistake. They are intentional. UEG cell that is managing these power dams is the same UEG cell that is managing thermal that requires fuel. The people that are managing the other side are the same people managing this side. So Right Honorable Speaker, let the Minister not come here and say it's an incident where rains have just begun and flooding is here, flooding was there. Right Honorable
Speaker, if I may ask you, UEG cell is a government institution, owned 100% by government of Uganda. Why would UEG cell sabotage its own plan?
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker, I want a member to let me respond. Right Honorable Speaker, everybody knows what we call a connivance here. Right Honorable Speaker, we don't want to close to me. I'm submitting and I've asked the Minister because we want the Minister has committed to you, Right Honorable, that in 3 weeks they will restore Simba. Right Honorable Speaker, through your office, request the Minister to come back here after 3 weeks and see whether she will have restored the Simba. It's not possible.
Minister, in 3 weeks' time, come back here and update the House. Okay? I had picked Engineer Cuthbert. Colleagues, I want to pick some technical. Let's utilize the technical people we have in the House. We have some engineers here. Let's utilize. After I'm going to pick like 2 of them. Colleagues, please. The reason as to why we ask you for your qualifications is sometimes to guide this House on technical matters. So, Engineer Cuthbert.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm a registered electrical engineer, and I think I appreciate very well the subject matter. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister has told us that our generation capacity is over 1,000 megawatts, 1,378 megawatts. And Right Honorable Speaker, that we consume up to 900 megawatts, including what we export to Kenya. So that means we are generating more than we can consume. Right Honorable Speaker, in engineering studies, it means that our engineers are not doing us a good job. It means we are investing much money in this electricity, and yet we cannot even consume it. So there is a problem. 2, Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister has told us that Simba has a capacity from the 1,378. It means we are able to generate 1,200 megawatts without Simba. But right now, she's telling us
640. So that is why I tend to side with my brother, Honorable Chiwalia, that they are either there is some kind of sabotage, or possibly the ministry has run out of competent engineers to manage these systems. Because if you have a capacity of 1,200 megawatts, how can you only generate 640? It means that most of the generating equipment is just redundant. Thank you, RFA.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just want to thank the Minister for the elaborate presentation she's made. And when you look at that presentation very well, it clearly illustrates the difficulties that we have with the people that we have given responsibility to manage such. This is clearly what the minister should have been telling us during the starting of the planning for such an agency, like the Minister of Energy. Why? You know how much power we need, you know how much we are going to generate, then you should also know how much we should evacuate at what time. One time when they presented a supplementary budget on Karuma, the minister told us that we are going to commission the evacuation of the power. And one of the questions I asked her categorically was, do you have the capacity to evacuate that power? And she said she had it. Now, this report falls short of something. I would have expected the minister to tell us that after commissioning that project, they were still, either it was still running within the defects liability period or not. Such an outlay of such amount of money normally requires such that when it is commissioned, there should be parallel running of the project with the contractor and the team that will take over. She should have also told us whether there was such a provision so that we know there was something put in place for such eventualities. This is what the report falls short of. And these are the technicalities that should have been brought in this report. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker.
Agnes Apea.
Thank you very much.
And Sanda Rion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have listened and read the report, and two things come to mind. One, there is clear ineffectiveness and poor planning of our electricity generation. If you know the capacity that we consume, and this small one dam breaks down, I do not see how it really shuts almost the whole system, and yet you have often told us, and we've I wanted the minister to clearly state to this house that every year we appropriate more than 100 billion for dim energy. And yet, every other time we're crying for infrastructure. And I was asking, that's why I said there's a planning issue. How would you start generating what you know you cannot evacuate? Why wouldn't you start with the process of taking this power to the people before you even go and construct it? So I think it is either the connivance issue or it is the normal issues of procurement and corruption in this country, where we run for things where we can, make out our own fortune very fast. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, it is the issue of environmental impact of whatever happens in this electricity generation. Whenever we hear of a flood, and my colleague has just talked about it, we do not seem to be mindful. I don't know whether, I'm glad that there is a Minister of Environment here, but recently we saw in Mbale where a whole industrial park was flooded. And in a
Honorable Sanda Rion.
I'm telling
Then I'll pick Secretary Co. I'll pick him. I'll pick Santa. Dr. Wanika.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of power, electricity in this country, I think this parliament needs to look at it seriously. Right Honorable Speaker, I myself and you, we've been in the Natural Resource Committee from the 10th Parliament up to date.
Honorable, I'm no longer member.
No.
What?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You have rejected me.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. I'm still at the Natural Resource Committee. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of generating the power and not utilizing it, it's just like a joke in this country. In West Nile, as I talk to you now, the Natural Resource Committee, they are in West Nile because of the issue of lack of electricity in the entire region. And we have, I am here to represent.
Please, Honorable, please go on.
Right Honorable Speaker, why is it that we have power that has been generated but not utilized, and the entire West Nile region doesn't have electricity? I think the minister needs to come out clearly and convince this House. Because the last time she was in West Nile, we clashed, I think the meeting didn't end. Our security team, with my security team,
Honorable, no, Honorable, please, we've already moved. No, Honorable, we stick to 2 minutes. Sorry. Oh, I'm told it's a maiden speech for Honorable. You come and complete. But Honorable, you see the microphone went off when you started talking of clashing. So I hope you don't clash again.
No. Right Honorable Speaker, with due respect, I don't think we're going to clash again. But my humble submission and prayer is that my friend here needs to come out to this parliament and explain and defend the ministry against issues of kickbacks that are affecting works in this country, especially in her ministry. There are other details that she knows. With due respect, let the ministry wake up and tell this parliament the way forward. We're not going to get loans over loans. Loans over loans, and the money is not properly utilized. How do you get a loan to evacuate power and transmit? But at the end of the day, you generate the power, you fail to transmit. You're killing our money. The country is losing. It is not a joke. This country is going down because people are not sincere. The ministers we appoint are not open to Ugandans. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray through your office, the ministry gets to sort out issues of corruption within their line and will have this power which is generated, transmitted. I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, for issue of electricity in Uganda, you move an extra mile even before electricity or after, and you find there is a very big problem whatever we think about. As I'm so blessed that one time, when I was Minister of Energy, happened to pass by in my constituency to officially launch Honorable Sandarion after submitting. Please take your seat. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm so humbled that one time the Minister of Energy passed by in my constituency to officially launch the lines. But up to now, we are still waiting.
The question is, which ministry in Uganda can just streamline things for purposes of the interest of Ugandans? In that, when you stretch economy, they will tell you Ukraine. Now we are waiting, even the Minister of Energy, to tell us that even Ukraine has brought problems for electricity in Uganda. We don't wait. We shall not wait for such questions. You need to open up just to know that Ugandans are there who are following. You first do the mistake intentionally and then you come to correct. We are seeing that Simba Dam was like a promise that everything is going to be sorted. With immediate aftermath, now we are saying flooding is the cause of the total mess. People are there, people are paid for electricity, right, Honorable Speaker, waiting for wires, waiting for transformers and everything. Nothing is cut.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Nelson Okelo. I represent people from Regional County. Right Honorable Speaker, the issues about the flooding of Simba Dam. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister said talked about the issue of the low hydrology. Right Honorable Speaker, there is no design of an hydropower dam without full analysis of the hydrology of the river. Without full analysis of river hydrology, the design is incomplete, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there's no power dam which will always operate at full capacity. That's why we have the units. Even if you go to Bujagali, there are like 5 units. Even in Simba, there are more than, there are about 4 units. And if there is a flooding in one unit, then the other units will be in operation. They can never sack the whole unit. Right on, Speaker. Right on, Speaker, there's a problem. There's still a problem which has to be investigated. The Committee of Natural Resources should investigate through you, Right on, Speaker. Right on, Speaker, a colleague talked about the issue of the default liability period. This period has just been concluded and commissioned, Right on, Speaker. And remember, in 2016, this project of the Simba and Karenda were identified up.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. I had allowed the lady.
Thank you, Right on, Speaker, for giving.
No, Honorable, please. We are coming Prime Minister's time at 4 p.m. colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Minister mentioned about the excess of electricity which we are having here in Uganda. I'm here to inform her that we have rural electrification which was given all over Uganda. But in rural areas, we don't have electricity. In Bukomansi, we don't have electricity, Madam Right Honorable Minister. So now, if it is in excess, I'm just begging you, you give us Bukomansi and so that we can get electricity. Thank you so much. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I had allowed Dr. Wanika.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, what has happened in Simba Dam speaks of the situation, the dangerous situation in the energy sector. The President of the Republic of Uganda, on a number of occasions, he has intimated to the people of Uganda that currently the nation is in surplus in terms of energy. If a dam that generates 183 megawatts breaks down, when we have excess power, there is no way the minister can come on the floor of Parliament and say that we are importing power from Kenya because of the situation in Simba. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to propose that this parliament institutes an investigation in the energy sector in this country. The majority of the people of Uganda, 81%, are not on the electricity grid. We have only 19% on the electricity grid. They go without power. Yet power is a driver for the economy. We are hearing we have invested so much that people cannot access power, and we are hearing stories that are unexplainable. Right, Honorable Speaker, through the Committee of Parliament, let us have an investigation so that we have a full report on the energy sector in this country.
Thank you. On Engineer Karubanga.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. And indeed, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement. And I would like to say that I believe with her entirely, because I know I've had quite some exposure on power generation. However, the minister was mean with the cause. Because when there is a flood in a power station, there are mainly two causes. Either you have failure on the power supply and the dewatering pumps, or you have the leakages overpowering the dewatering system, which are the dewatering pumps. What should not tell us was the cause. Power stations world over are monitored either remotely or local. And that means there are gauges where you see the indications on the cause of the fault, and the charge technician is able to go and attend to it. So, Honorable Minister, really, I also join other colleagues who would want to say that construction of power dams has been a big problem. Right away from the third power project, that is Kira. We had the design where we had parallel dams. Then it came to the equipment, leakages. We came to Simba, the same. We went to Karuma, the same. The leakages we have in these dams are even much more than what we have in the old dam, which was called Owen Falls Dam, which they codenamed.
Thank you, colleagues. It's time. Our rules require us to go to Prime Minister's time. Colleagues, we cannot conclude this. Please kindly take your seats, colleagues. Everyone is saying just. So if I allow the just, we cannot even finish. So colleagues, we cannot complete this issue. I'm referring it to the Committee on Natural Resources to report back in 3 weeks' time. Okay? And in doing your work as a committee, please ensure that you don't interfere with the repair works that are going on. We don't want Parliament to be used as an excuse for failing to repair the damage that is at the Simba. Now, Honourable Minister, I think I'll get time. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Motion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of Simba and energy need to be concluded. I am therefore moving a motion that we suspend the rule requiring that Prime Minister's term start at 4. We suspend it for 1 hour. Have this matter concluded, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable colleague, Rule 52, Sub-Rule 2 of our Rules of Procedure is very clear. Such a statement, when it is presented by the minister, can be debated, but not for more than 1 hour. That's our rule. We have used over 45 minutes. And the time is at the discretion of the speaker. So please, I have an order paper which we arranged very well. Now, and we should remember, the Committee of Natural Resources is going on ground to investigate. And each and every colleague nearly here wants to speak on the issue. But there is information that is coming up that needs to be verified. So, colleagues, very many contradictions, very many allegations. I think we would be doing the matter justice if we allow the committee to go on ground. All members are ex-officio members. Those who are not substantive members, the ex-officio members of the committee. You can appear and we help. We can't finish it in plenary, colleagues. That's why I was proposing that indeed we send it to the Committee on Natural Resources for thorough investigation. And in 3 weeks' time, by that time, the minister said even if Simba will be operating, they will come here and tell us whether it is operating or not. Okay? Procedure? Procedure?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate your wrapping up as we debate. We realize there are two sides to this debate, and this document is not complete. This document has only given us the side of generation, the side of evacuation, the side of distribution, but it has not given us anything about the tariff. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that Simba hydro plant is the cheapest. I think it's about 5.2 US cent per hour. And I know that the national average is about 6 something.
Honorable,
so, right,
Honorable, allow me to interrupt you.
Yes.
In the public gallery, because I can see they are moving out before I recognize them. This afternoon, we have students. We have students and teachers of YMCA College of Business Studies from Jinja Southeast Division, Jinja City, represented by Honorable Nathan Igemena Beta. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please welcome, join me in welcoming them.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
I was raising a matter of concern, and I want my sister, the minister, to respond to it. We have talked generally about the output, the production, but you have not told us the impact on me as a consumer, and many other people are tuned on this debate because they want to know. Simba is the cheapest source, which is 5.2. Is the cheapest?
No, Kira and Narubari, Honorable.
Okay, I know. But for now, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to know the impact on the tariff after we have imported and after the shutdown. May I know the impact, how it will affect the consumer? And that's where my interest is. Because for me, I'm not an engineer. But for me, I'm a consumer. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
1 minute, please. This matter has been referred to the committee.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I cannot oppose your wise ruling. But my worry is that we are being listened to globally. And there is one side that has been given with a lot of allegations without substantiation. And the media is going to report only on that one side. But I will come back. But allow me mention one critical issue. The cause of the shutdown of Simba was not due to too much water, rainwater outside. Read my report properly.
Please, Honorable, continue. You're protected.
The plant flooded by water which ingressed into because of the works, maintenance works, not because of the too much water, rainwater. This is, please read the report.
Please, colleagues.
This is the problem.
Colleagues, let's listen to one another.
This is the problem.
Now, if you don't want to get information from the Minister of Energy, where are we going to get information? And that's why we are saying our committee will go ahead to verify. That's it.
The second point I wanted to bring out is that in my report, I said that we will get the critical cause after the report is fully done. Because people are on the ground doing investigations. For somebody to say, to allege that I am too mean with information is insinuating improper motives in Ruth Nankabiru. So I beg that I will come back next week. I can even come back every week, Right Honorable, because the issue of power is very critical. Responding to my sister's, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal's query on the tariff, this incident is not going to be felt in the end user tariff. In other words, we are not going to increase the tariff now because of what happened. We always rebase the tariff in January, and we have been reducing systematically for 3 good years. We are reducing the tariff. In January, we shall do the tariff rebasing. Now we are making sure that the end user is not affected by the incident.
Colleagues, Rule 41. The Committee on Natural Resources and sectoral committees, we want you to have your time. You're the one who's supervising, overseeing these sectors. So we want you to utilize your time effectively and report back. Honourable Minister, whenever you have an update to this House, please reach out to us and we shall give you space. Okay? Before anything else, let me allow Honourable Milton Muma. I promised you on Tuesday to give you space so that you can table minutes and other documents for the report. You can just lay on table for the report from the Committee on Defense and Prison Farms. Please lay.
Right, Honourable Speaker, honourable members, on the 16th of August 2022, I did present a report to the Defense and Internal Affairs regarding field visits on prisons and prison farms on selected ones. Right, Honourable Speaker, with me are minutes of the committee that was held on the 14th of July 2022 regarding the same, and with attachments of some of the administrators of the prison farms and the prisons. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. I also, in my communication, Honorable Chief Whip, you ready? Yeah, in my communication, I had allowed the Chief Whip to designate the new members onto their committees. Please, Honorable Chief Whip. I'll allow procedure after this, Honorable. Yeah.
All right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, in accordance with Rule 1510C, Rule 187 and Rule 188, Sub-Rule 2 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I designate the following Honorable Members of Parliament to the sectoral committees as follows. Honorable Kwizera Eddie Wagahungu, MP, Bushmbiri County, to the Committee on Natural Resources. Honorable Orone Derrick, MP, Gogonyo County, to the Committee on Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, I beg to designate.
Colleagues, I put a question that the members are designated to the mentioned committees. Those in favor say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Right, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 1510C, Rule 158, and Rule 160C, Rule 162, I beg your pardon, of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, I designate the following honorable members to standing committees as follows. Honorable Kwizera Eddie Bushimbiri County to the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government. Honorable Orone Derrick Gogonyo County to the Committee on Public Accounts, Central Government. Honorable Bajire Agwe Endri Bunya County West to the Committee on Public Accounts, Commissions, Statutory Authorities, and State Enterprises. I beg to designate.
Honorable colleagues, I put a question that the honorable colleagues whose names have been read and designated be allowed to join those committees. Those in favor say aye, those against say no. Thank you. So Honorable Samuel, you had the procedure matter, then Prime Minister's time.
Mr. Speaker.
James, it's procedure? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Energy, in her statement, she does not want visits to Simba. We have also cautioned the committee that while doing the work that you have referred to the committee, they need to be very careful so Parliament is not used. We have had a committee here visiting Ruwoa, and the committee is almost lynched there. So the procedure issue I am raising, Mr. Speaker, is how will this committee do work where the minister has said, please no visits. And you, Mr. Speaker, have said they need to be cautious. So that's the procedure issue I am raising, knowing that a committee has ever been chased from Rugo.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable colleague. Indeed, when a minister goes on record and says there are sensitive repairs going on, which shouldn't be interfered with, we also have to exercise caution as a house. So, colleagues, let's know that even us, we have to act responsibly. So we have said the committee should go. That's number one. Where they find challenges, they can come back to the presiding officer and we shall work out mechanisms. But the committee will be supported strongly to ensure that they do their work effectively. Honorable James, this procedure?
Mr. Speaker, on a procedure matter, we are members of the Appointments Committee, and just a year ago, the rules were misread. And they said the Appointments Committee is a standing committee, whereas we are entitled to a standing committee. And I think I've been raising this one. This is the third time, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to implore the whip, our chief whip, to ensure that the members on the Appointments Committee have to be designated to a standing committee.
Thank you.
We have been roving for a whole year.
Thank you, Honorable. Yes, the chief whip knows about that matter, discussed, and he's working on it. And together with the opposition whip, you know, we also have the committee, Sector Committee on Science and Technology, which was a standing committee, but now is a sector committee. So we've given them time to harmonize. Next week, they'll be given space on the order paper to do redesignation. But these colleagues didn't have any committee. That's why we wanted them to start work. Now, colleagues, really, we've rotated around procedure again in Prime Minister's time.
No, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, as you recall, documents pertaining to Atiak were laid on table, and you came out unequivocally and said that you were going to subject them to scrutiny as you peruse through and ascertain whether they are authentic. And I'm raising this, Mr. Speaker, because you pledged to get back to the House today. And if they are authentic, what could be the consequences?
Honorable, I never pledged to come back to the House today.
Sure.
Please, yes, please. and I'm doing my work, and I'm going to do it effectively. The office of the Speaker is going to work on that. If there is any allegation on the staff of Parliament, it's not a matter of discussion here in plenary. We have our administrative mechanisms of handling that, and I'm working on that together with the Speaker. Thank you. Prime Minister? Oh, crack.
Item number 9, Prime Minister's time.
Yes, colleagues, as the Prime Minister, when she finishes, we shall have this important item, two important items. One, on action is taken to improve food security and mitigate the impacts of the long dry spell. Because you have been having very many issues around it. The Minister of Agriculture is here. Then the oversight visit by the leader of opposition to the areas affected by floods in eastern Uganda. And Prime Minister, I will request during those two items, you'll be here with us.
Much obliged. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I got a question from the Honorable Ndagire, Nandagire Christine, Ndiwarana, Member of Parliament, Bukoma Simbi, North County, that she received information concerning the outbreak of various diseases arising from a usage of unsafe water in Bukoma Simbi district. Her prayer is that I should update the House about this outbreak. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Ministry of Water and Environment, together with the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with Bukoma Simbi District technical staff, are not aware of any disease outbreak, and one of the key areas monitored by Ministry of Water is water quality. Honorable Speaker, this financial year, last financial year, 2021-2022, Bukoma Simbi District Water Office carried out water quality sampling and testing of sources in the district, and 100% of the sources tested met the national standards for drinking water. Bukoma Simbi District Local Government has good potential for the underground water in nearly all the sub-counties except Kitanda and Vigasa sub-counties. Honorable colleagues, the safe water coverage stands at 86% as at 30th June 2022. The district has a total projected population of 169,583 people, comprising of 5 sub-counties, 4 town councils, 39 parishes, 254 villages. The water technology options comprise of 163 protected springs, 262 shallow wells, 102 deep boreholes, 1 pumped water system with 655 top stands, 310 rainwater harvesting tanks of at least 10 cubic millimeters capacity, and 16 valley tanks, and 1 dam. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in the financial year 2021-2022, the Ministry, together with the development partners, under the program of Uganda Sanitation for Health Activity, supported the Bukoma Simbi market-based sanitation implementation approach and strengthen community-led total sanitation. In addition, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda Sanitation for Health Activity has rehabilitated boreholes and shallow wells in the entire district. Activity, still, the ministry has implemented
a 600 million solar powered pipe to water project in Vigasa town, covering Burenga Rural Growth Center, This project is ongoing and due for commissioning in November this year and targets serving more than 500 households. Honorable Speaker, let us appreciate the government's intervention in Bukomansimbi district. However, the Honorable Ndagire Christine should provide my office with detailed information on the symptoms of the disease, affected persons, and their locations for government to follow up. Honorable Etuka Isaac Joachim, Member of Parliament, Upper Madi. Given the escalating famine situation in Karamoja, the Minister for Relief, Disaster Preparedness and Refugees, Honorable Hilary Onek, flagged off 552 metric tons of maize flour and 238 metric tons of beans at the office of the Prime Minister's stores in Namave, Wakiso District on Wednesday, 20th July 2022, and the government committed 135 billion to feed Karamoja for the next 3 months. The Honorable Speaker, his prayers are that, like the Right Honorable Prime Minister, that can I assure and confirm to Ugandans the number of beneficiaries who have actually benefited from relief aid. He also asks another question that you will recall that in 2020, food to the vulnerable people had gravel and stones. He's asking that can you assure Ugandans about the quality of food that you have provided to the people of Karamoja this time around? The other question is, can the government initiate a comprehensive value for money audit into the funds committed by government to provide food in Karamoja? The Honorable Speaker, my response is the District Disaster Committee held meetings to identify the most vulnerable population following the needs assessment reports by the district technical teams. My office dispatched the relief food to the most vulnerable population, estimated at 388,500 people in Karamoja sub-region. The relief food was dispatched to the chief administrative officers, who are the accounting officers in their respective districts. This is a summary of relief food delivered to Karamoja sub-region since March to July 2022. March to April, maize flour 740 thousand kilograms, that is 740 metric tons. Then beans is 370,000 kilograms, that is 370 tons. In June 2022, maize flour 1,605,000 kilograms, that is 1,605 tons. And beans is 625,000 kilograms, that is 625 tons. In July 2022, maize flour 5,702 tons, and beans is 286,000 kilograms, that is 286 tons. That, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as a requirement of all food supplied to the office of the Prime Minister, is subjected to quality assurance by Uganda National Bureau of Standards. A certificate is then issued and presented to the office of the Prime Minister's stores on delivery of supplies. That, Honorable Speaker, and 135 billion and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has so far released 20 billion from the Contagious Fund to cater for Karamoja and the other parts of the country affected by disasters. Honorable Muhumuza David, Member of Parliament, Mwenge North, Chenjojo District. He says like Chenjojo District is the largest district in the Rwenzori West Policing District, the region. It has two main highways of Kampala Fort Portal and Hoima Chenjojo Kamwenge. Accidents, highway robberies, theft, and murderers are common, but the district has no single police vehicle to help them when need arises. And that the district occasionally borrows a vehicle from Kitagwenda district, which is too old to serve the purpose. The DPC, OCCID, and CI are all committed and hardworking women, which is a good affirmative action for women empowerment, but they are not well facilitated in terms of mobility. His prayer that when will police vehicles for quick responses when issues of security and safety arise. Honorable Speaker, in my response, Toyota Hilux, single cabin, UP 5489, model 215, signed before by the DPC, SP Mbabazi Martin. The vehicle, like other vehicles in the same series, have a mileage of 157,268 kilometers as per the records available for its life service. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, Chenjojo District Police vehicle is still in good motorable condition. Susan Buvuma District Woman Member of Parliament. She says that there is a move by Buvuma District Executive Committee in collaboration with National Forest Authority to evict residents of 14 villages in the sub-counties of Nairambi and Buoya in preparation for the National Oil Palm Project and the need for government to resettle the affected people. Her prayer is that can I update the House about this matter? Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Buvuma District is one of the areas earmarked for palm oil development, where government is implementing the National Oil Palm Project through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. The project has acquired its own land in parts of Buvuma and is also encouraging smallholder oil palm farming by private land owners in the district. As part of the environment and social safeguards, the National Oil Palm Project works with the local leaders and other stakeholders with land interests in the project area to ensure the oil palm plantations are free of conflicts. In February 2022, the National notifying the executive director of the project's intention of engaging the smallholder farmers in Buvuma. The project requested the National Forest Authority to open boundaries of 2 forest reserves to ensure that the smallholder farmers do not encroach on the forest reserves. The National Forest Authority therefore engaged the district leadership and the district security team on the intention of reopening of the boundaries of the 2 forest reserves, that is Rukare and Bugomba, located in Nairobi and Buoya sub-counties. On 2nd August 2022. The meeting was held at Woya Sub-County Headquarters and was attended by the RDC, LC5 and over 300 members of the community. The purpose of the meeting was to inform the community Honorable Speaker, the District Surveyor and the National Forest Authority embarked on the exercise of reopening the boundaries of the two forest reserves. The exercise has started with identifying existing points, that's coordinates, previously of the previous survey marks before a cut line is made the two forests. Mugomba Central Forest Reserve has a total area of 272 hectares with a boundary length of 5.9 kilometers, while Lukale Central Forest Reserve has a total of 383 hectares and a boundary length of 6.1 kilometers. The two forest reserves were gazetted in 1948. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, during the exercise, it was discovered that some of the residents had encroached on the forest reserve. And these are the people claiming that they have been living on the land for years and have fears that they will be evicted from the forest reserve. The Ministry of Water and Environment and the National Forest Authority are engaging the district leadership to get the best ways by which the encroachers will vacate the forest reserves. For now, the encroachers have been given time to harvest their crops and voluntarily vacate the forest reserves and pave way for the forest restoration. Honorable Afidra Ronald is concerned about the delayed construction of Kia and the Alinga bridges affecting transportation of pregnant mothers and school-going children in Madio Koro district. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Works on the above bridges are ongoing. The Ministry of Works and Transport has said that the works on the above bridges. The government is planning to construct Kia Bridge on the Reno Camp, Ligbo, Ewanga Road, and Alinga bridges. The feasibility study and design for the bridge is done. These are the efforts government is using to gradually improve and maintain the road and bridge infrastructure in Madio Koro district using the available resources. In Madio Koro district, through Uganda National Roads Authority, the government has embarked on maintaining the roads as follows. Wandi Reno Camp, 27 kilometers. Ochoko Inde, 18 kilometers. Okoro Inde, 29 kilometers. Pakwach Inde, 18 kilometers. Inde Reno Camp, 23 kilometers. Arua Nebi, 34 kilometers. Reno Camp, ferry access, 5.8 kilometers. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I would like to assure you that the government of Uganda has prioritized investing in developing and monitoring and maintaining the road infrastructure as a key transport infrastructure across all districts of Uganda. The government is aware of the importance of transport infrastructure in supporting the socio-economic development of Ugandan society and is committed to use the available resources to provide the needed infrastructure. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to Submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. We are now going to have oral questions. Colleagues, your question shouldn't go for more than 1 minute. I think I need the clerk. You need to extract for us some video not exceeding 5 minutes of the British Parliament, you know, so that we can have at least 5 minutes, because we learn every day. But in the meantime, you can go on YouTube and you see Prime Minister's time. They don't even take a minute to ask a question because it has to be sharp. And also the Prime Minister doesn't need to take more than a minute to answer. They should be sharp. Sharp questions, direct with sharp and direct answers. So let's ensure that we do that. Honorable Flavia Karule.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you've hinted on the matter of food insecurity in our country. In Kasanda district, where I hail from, 11 of the 15 sub-counties that I have were largely affected by 3 calamities: drought, hailstorms, and armyworms, leading to a loss of coffee, beans, and maize plants for most of my people who are farmers. Unfortunately, we haven't had any aid coming to these farmers. My question to the Prime Minister is it possible for your office to provide, 1, aid in terms of food to my farmers, and 2, it's now raining, so we are hoping, is it possible for you to provide seeds to our farmers so that they can be able to plant some food to withstand the jeopardy they are in currently? Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it is true that we are affected by calamities, including drought, especially the cattle corridor. The number of districts that are in distress, they need food. You are aware that during our budgeting process of 2020 to 2023, we pulled the resources from the Ministry of Agriculture in order for us to start the parish development model. And we all agreed in this house that the money that we were always using to purchase seeds as themselves under the parish development model, for them to purchase these seeds themselves. And therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture and the government did not budget for giving out free seeds this time around. But I would request the Minister for Agriculture, if he has any additional information, since he's here, Right Honorable Speaker, to come and give me a hand.
Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for allowing me to say something. With your indulgence, the statement I'll be giving is really speaking to the same issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Singa Jawab. I'm going to start this side, then I come here.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Colleagues, honorable members of Parliament, I'm raising
Please, Honorable, we know why you're raising. Just hit the question straight away.
my concern is I represent Masini municipality, one of the municipalities in Uganda, and over time, government has provided road equipments to district local governments, but municipalities have not had opportunities since 2010. Now, those which are received in 2010 have become obsolete, and the municipal urban roads are in poor condition. Of late, government, according to information from Ministry of Works, has planned to procure road equipments for only 15 district governments. My
Honorable
municipalities, as far as the road equipments are concerned.
Yes. Honorable, you've seen. Go straight to the questioners. No. Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government budgeted and put in place and budgeted for 58 billion Uganda shillings to buy road equipment for the new districts. Thereafter, we shall buy road equipment for the remaining municipalities.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Honorable Santo Court.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My issue was supposed to be an issue of national importance, but you guided so well that it should be brought at the Prime Minister's time. Right Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Internal Affairs is in charge of registering NGOs through the NGO Bureau. The Ministry of Internal Affairs registered an NGO called Countryside Harvester. It went and registered in Gulu City. That is their head office. But this NGO went and operated in the different districts, including my district, Pade, and mainly in Aru North constituency. They told the people that they are going to give them farm inputs. And they said they had got about 6 enterprises. One is the dairy cattle, 2 is piggery, about 10 of them. And then, please, this issue is very important. So let me tell you, it has happened in northern Uganda.
Honorable colleague, you don't allocate yourself more time. You should ask me, but let me allow you to conclude. Ask your question.
The NGO has taken over 500 million from the people in Aru North constituency. And they said it is not only in Aru constituency, because when I talked to Honorable Peter Okot, they have also stolen more money from that constituency. My question or my prayer was to ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to bring this CSH and the bank which went round to help them collect the money from the people, which is UAB Bank, to take back the money that they have collected from the people. They went round using UAB Bank. They have taken money from Otuke, from Oyam, from Dokolo, from Kitgum, in all these districts in northern Uganda. And because they are the ones in charge of registering this NGO, I request I reported the issue to the police in a
No, please, Honorable. You are senior legislator. Like that. We've fixed the point. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, I know you're good at fighting thieves. This is harvesting from the communities instead of giving.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, these harvesters who are registering themselves as NGOs. Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to inform this House that we shall, through the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Security, we shall investigate this, and the culprits will be brought to book.
All right, Honorable, this is very important. We shall request that you update the House after this has been done. Honorable Florence Nambozo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, this morning as I was coming to Parliament for the Parliamentary Fellowship, I was attacked at the yard while we were in a jam. There was a lot of rain. It was at 6:55. We're in a jam and it was raining heavily, and someone came close and we thought they were trying to cross the road. Unfortunately, he got out a knife and pointed it to my driver, who is my daughter,
and told her, if you don't give me money, I'm going to stab you. So fortunately, she was security conscious. She did not raise down the window. She left it up. So he plucked out the driving mirror of my car. Right, Honorable Prime Minister. This can.
Where was this?
Yes, right.
Around the
Around the. No, around the.
Electoral Commission.
At the Electoral Commission lights. Right, Honorable Prime Minister. This can happen to anyone else. And the rains are just starting. We could not go forward, we could not go backward. We were so frightened in the car, and I know that the security was not on the road. Right, Honorable Prime Minister, please, this is not safe for anyone. We are not secure because you cannot run away in a jam. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I definitely know that around that area there are cameras, and our cameras are functional. I am going to use this opportunity to direct the Ministry of Internal Affairs to investigate this, and we shall get the culprits.
Thank you. Honorable Migade.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, it is government policy. We have sub-counties that don't even possess a single primary school. What plans are there to have those sub-counties or parishes have primary schools with special emphasis to Rwage and Liawana sub-counties in Uvuma district? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this House is aware that you allocated money for us to roll out the U-Gift program across the country. I request the Honorable Member to inform the Ministry of Education, and those will also be catered for.
Thank you. Honorable Manjeri. Honorable Muhesi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Jennifer Muhesi, representing people of Kazo. Right Honorable Prime Minister, my concern is on the seedlings. People of Kazo, like any other district, this is the rainy season. The season has started. We are waiting for the seedlings, and we can't tell what is going to happen. The seeds.
Okay.
Sorry, then I have another one concerning with the matter of national importance. In Kazo district, we are faced with safety of animals, and the district has done its best to curb down the thieves, but they are held up by the manpower. We request the ministries concerned, Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Security, to really intervene.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government is aware of those thieves in the cattle corridor areas. We have a special force in the police that is really geared towards that. So I would use my powers as Prime Minister to direct the Minister of Internal Affairs to go to Kazo and make sure that this police force is also in that part of the country to arrest all the thieves of cows.
Mutoma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My concern is about one of my sub-counties. It's called Nyakisinga sub-county. It has no power, no health center, no government secondary school. All the bridges are down. Even soliciting signatures,
be carved away from Mitoma and go to Ntungamo. It's a big shame. Find that a sub-county is soliciting signatures to go outside the district and go to Ntungamo. I request the Right Honorable Speaker help me so that at least we remain with our 18 sub-counties. This one is running away from us. Thank you.
Right Honorable, my people are running away because I don't deliver services. We are going to Ntungamo to get services. Please help me also. At least I retain my people. All sub-county.
So, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, social services to the districts is our responsibility. And therefore, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I request the member to write to my office so that together we can see what is lacking in those areas and we provide those services.
And we stop immigration from Mitoma to Ntungamo. Tororo municipality. You can use this. Please, Honorable, go. You qualify to be on the front bench. So,
thank you very much. Prime Minister, I'll be very brief. The central business of Tororo municipality.
Can you focus on the microphone, Honorable Member? She will hear you.
Yeah.
You don't need to look at her face. Just submit. She will hear you.
The central business of Tororo municipality. We try to punch the road, they try to punch the roads, they fail. The tractors came and removed the marram. It is now very, very dusty. We have written to UNRWA, we have written to Minister of Works. Really, even people are closing their shops. What do you really want to do? What do you really want us to do next so that that road is tarmac? Thank you.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm almost a native in that area. That road is well known to me, and I promise that UNRWA would attend to the matter.
Afidra, followed by Chimosha.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much.
Colleagues, like I told you, there are questions of national importance I had picked, and I am mixing. Yeah. I told them I would pick during PM's time. So, Afidra.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, the question I want to put to you is in regard to Power Seed Secondary School. It was constructed by two contractors at a cost of 1.4 billion in 2018 and ended in 2019. This school, as I talk, the greatest shoddy works that has existed on earth is witnessed in that Power Seed Secondary School. My question to you is, I have written to the Ministry of Education in regard to that school, whereby, according to the standards there be, it shouldn't be occupied for any education attainment or education services in Power sub-county. Could you, in your own powers, investigate and put to books those who undertook that quite shoddy? And the last one is, we need your indulgence. Can government come to the rescue of Power Seed Secondary School, which is a government Seed Secondary School, so that it can be occupied by students?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Kaur Senior Secondary School, government aided school, if there are any shoddy work that was done, we shall investigate and put the contractor and make sure that the contractor repairs all those defects. But I also want to request you, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, to honorable colleagues, we need always to monitor when you get such challenges, involve us so that we can put these seals.
Thank you. There is a honorable member in a checked coat at the back.
You had allowed me, Right Honorable.
Oh, Honorable Timosho, then that honorable member.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable.
Honorable, you're next.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. The issue I'm raising with the Right Honorable Prime Minister has been triggered by an incident that happened in my constituency, where a private guard at a SACCO office shot dead a priest. And this private guard was drunk. I want to get it from the Prime Minister and the entire government, whether there is a clear strategy on management of private security guards in this country. And as you can see, even when you're walking out here, you see young people walking with guns, of course, poorly paid.
Okay, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I was trying to look for my brother, General Moores, and I have located him. Please come and help.
Honorable Minister of Internal Affairs.
Honorable Speaker, and through my boss, the Right Honorable Prime Minister and honorable members, that is a valid concern. Private security companies to standardize training, standardize inspection and management of arms, and it is in the offing. We are going to do that, and we hope we shall regulate the sector better. On that particular case, I think Honorable Chimosho could give us further and better particulars on whether the suspect was arrested.
Honorable James.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, James. Sorry.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I am Lokwang Phillips Ilukol, Member of Parliament, Nakore West. My issues are, we have our marauding animals, which has been sung every time. The elephants have destroyed even the little that was being cultivated by the remnants of the Karmojong. But my people in the park have failed to control these animals. What shall we do? Number two, we have talked about cattle rustling. It is there every time we are talking. Is there any law that stops them? Because we have asked Karamojong, tried to put the Morui resolution, but the law says it is illegal. Is there any law?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, these wild animals, especially the elephants, that are destroying people's crops, you are aware, we budgeted for money to do electric fencing in a number of national parks. And that one is one of them. The other one, now that my minister is here, I have seen Agnes Nandu. Hey, the senior minister.
No, Right Honorable Prime Minister, it's a question of the law.
So now that we have a maiden speech, yes, I am armed.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, I'll give you time to go cross-check and you report back on the matter.
Since he is still new.
Next Thursday. Olobo James. I had picked Honorable Olobo James.
The Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, since the issue of the Balalo came up in northern Uganda, the president directed that all the two in Uganda, the Karoma and then the eastern route through Jinja. My cheapest route, which my cattle traders were using across Lake Kyoga on the Namasare Zengebe ferry, was not put in this. This thing has affected my cattle traders to the extent that they now. So what is there in Karoma and Jinja? It's only the checkpoint. We have the police in Molatar, we have the police in Naka.
Oh, no, here not prayers, Honorable. This is Prime Minister's time. And what is the question?
I'm asking a question. What is special about Karoma and then Jinja that you cannot put for me a checkpoint in Zengebe?
So you need a
and you are my friend. We have been fighting together, and I will help you in so many words.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I've taken note of the concern of the member, together with the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. We also have the Balalo Committee, which is chaired by General Muhozi. We shall sit and see. That is a simple matter. And give them another role.
Honourable Secretary.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My question is in line with the Honourable Chimosho's on.
No, Honourable, if she's already sorted, Honourable lady, if your issue is already sorted, let's give others a chance.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. My question is about the fishermen in Kwania who are being beaten. Some of them are being arrested without trial. The question I'm asking, this is the only livelihood that our people of Kwania depend on. And now, if they are being arrested without trial, what is the way forward for our people? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the NRM government believes in the rule of law. Therefore, if somebody is arrested, they must be tried in courts of law. And therefore, I request the honourable member to give me a list of those who are arrested so we can help them either face the law or
Thank you.
Colleagues, I wanted to explain on this. The reason why we are policing, especially those people who are fishing, is for their own good, such that we can now harvest mature fish for our people. Thank you so much.
Ruero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to know from the Right Honourable Prime Minister when the NRM government is going to pay all the property that was destroyed. I want to know when you pay and compensate the people of Luel.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Honourable Speaker and colleagues, government has been compensating the people who were affected by the war of Ruwero since 1986. We have a ministry of Ruwero and Zori that has been moving around the country, especially in the areas of Ruwero and Zori, registering members who were affected by the war. And therefore, the Honorable Kaboyo, I'll make sure that gets in touch with you so that those people you are talking about are also compensated.
Our champion in the walking competition.
Yes. Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I have a question to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. It concerns the PDM. As you well know, that in banks the loans are insured, but this one concerns the Prime Minister. The question is, can the Prime Minister tell the Ugandans what is going to happen on PDM money or loan in case a member dies, like stroke or in case of drought? Because members from my constituency, these are poor people. PDM, the money is a loan. They're supposed to pay it back. So they're fearing to lose their houses. They're fearing going to lose their land and to be arrested.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you are aware that government is giving a grant to the SACCO, and the SACCO will be charging 6% of the money borrowed to the farmers, and this 6% will cater for those eventualities. So I want members to know that this money is a bit secure in a way because it's a group. People will be in a group. Though they are going to borrow individuals, but they will be in a group, an enterprise group.
Thank you. Norman?
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. My question is, I have one question basically.
Please,
for the last 3 years, my constituency has been receiving power once a quarter. For 3 months, power comes 1 day. For the last 3 years, I made a lot of effort. I wrote to the Minister for Energy. I wrote to the Minister for. My question is, what is not happening?
Prime Minister?
The member is reporting some getting power only for 4 days in a year. And that is something I've picked interest in. And I promise him I will invite the whole district together with the Minister of Energy in my office, and we see how we can collectively handle this matter.
Thank you, Okwaringa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My question to the Honorable Prime Minister relates to 2 schools that were constructed by State House in my constituency. That's OGA Secondary School and Kabwele Secondary Schools. Those schools were commissioned by the President, but up to now, they do not have head teachers and furniture. And secondly, there is an initiative by the community in Akadot, in Kadami sub-county. They constructed a hospital, but they are to help to take over that hospital and it becomes a government hospital. So I request the Honorable Prime Minister to assist in that.
Thank you. Prime Minister, you will lend me another 5 minutes so that you pick around 2, 3 more questions. I request. So, Prime Minister?
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, Kadama, Kabweri, Akadot, all those areas I'm very well conversant with them because I was an RDC in that area. I will request the member together with other colleagues to come to my office so that we now join hands with the Minister of Health to handle their matter.
Kasharino?
Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I represent the people of my secondary school, St. Andrews, was gutted by 2 fires.
and I know you've been very busy. I'm seeking for your assistance. The rains are setting in. These are holidays. If we can be assisted and the school is restored, roofed, and beds restored to the school. Thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I got a letter from the Honorable Member requesting for iron sheets. We are in the process of giving him the iron sheet so that that school can be restored, and he is aware.
Achon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Prime Minister and colleagues, we are aware this country, no matter what happens, will always go through problems. The issue of famine will never stop in this country. So the question, what program has the government come up to build like a store, the house for keeping food? Because we need to be ready every year.
Honorable, that's the next item we are going to handle. Santarum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Karumba Bridge was built in 1963, and we have been promised that it will be republished. When will government do so? Thank you.
Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will come up with an update next time. I don't
Engineer
have
Barimwezo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, over 60% of traffic in this country is in Kampala. And most of the roads have outlived their design life. But this quarter, KCCA did not receive money for roads from government of Uganda, not even road fund. I want to ask the Prime Minister, what is she going to do for our roads?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, KCCA, like any other ministries, did not receive of what you know. That Honorable Speaker, yes, you know. The Ministry of Kampala will receive money next quarter.
Kisa?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, on Tuesday this week, this House was informed that the prisons are congested and overcrowded. And the reason given was that some of the prisoners have been sentenced to death and they have exercised this duty of the prerogative of mercy and is not pardoning them. What plan do you have as a government in decongesting the prisons of Uganda?
You want them to execute? Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I will consult the President about the matter and report back to this House.
Mubende.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, good enough you are neighbor in November, and the sub-county I'm talking about is at your neighborhood. In 2020, His Excellency the President was moving through the gorilla ways, and in the Torogo coming over, when he reached there, people reminded him that he had promised to give us electricity in that very region. That area is very hard to reach. People do not have network for the telecommunications. In case they get issues, they find it so hard to get.
network.
When are you getting?
So right now, Prime Minister, when do we hope to get power to save our people in case of anything?
Right now, Minister. Colleagues, please stop sending me cheats. Speak, you know. Don't send cheats. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I know Butorogo Sub-County and Butorogo Town Council. We had a meeting with the Minister of Energy together with the district authorities of Movende, including the Honourable Member. And we agreed that power will be extended to that area this financial year. What I am going to do, Right Honourable Speaker, is to again engage the Minister of Energy together with the member, and we see that those people are served.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Chirumira Hassan. Bombo Barracks is expanding the perimeter walls around the barracks. We are aware that part of the land belongs to the barracks and part of the land does not belong to the barracks. Now we want to know whether the government is going to compensate the people of Bombo that their land has been encroached on. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I am aware as the Prime Minister of this country that Bombo Barracks is undergoing renovation and opening the boundaries of the barracks. Those affected persons, because of this development, it is their right to be compensated. It is a right.
Again.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. My questions directly get to the Right Honourable Prime Minister on the issue of security. Every day we continue to lose the results of the cattle raid. Many of the community members are being displaced from their villages. The cattle rustlers are following people from the garden and they are taken where the ox plowed. What is the plans of the government in mitigating these challenges, which is becoming a big problem?
Right, Honourable.
That is one. Two, we have issues of disaster.
Honourable, we are allowing one question, please. Your colleagues are here. Thanks for time.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I am aware that there is a sub-county councillor, a lady, who was found in the garden and killed by rustlers and her ox plow taken. That is last week. So we have had a number of meetings engaging UPDF. We have beefed up the security of that area and he's aware. So I want the member to come to the office so that I can give him the details of what we have so far planned to do.
Zumra.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I have one question. Obong Ese district is one of the districts in Western Nile that is not having power, and the people of Obong are not, they have never seen a pole of electricity. When are you going to connect Obong to power? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this Parliament passed a law to make sure that we connect power to all districts in the country. And now we are also targeting sub-counties. This district of Bongi will also benefit from the same.
Grobiambu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. For record purposes, I have a Margaret Rubiambu, woman MP Mbarara District. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I want to know how one can get police deployment in her area or his area. Mbarara District has no police. You listen to what I'm going to tell you. One of our sub-counties, which is Kashare sub-county, the police post was closed down because of lack of manpower. And it is the one that borders with Chirugura, where there are cattle thieves. You know, I don't know whether the problem has been people still think of Mbarara district and Mbarara city.
Prime Minister.
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the matter of cattle theft has been here. We shall use the same way to help the people of Mbarara, but getting a police post in an area, I think that now that we have the Minister of Internal Affairs here, please come and help me explain to the member the procedure of getting a police post in an area.
The member says it was closed down, so he needs it to reopen.
Thank you.
And Honorable Mosio from Chiruhura.
No, I'm not. I'm from Mbarara actually.
Hey. So the thieves of cattle.
Right on the speaker, on the members, I want to first of all start from the point of saying there is no police. Is wrong. What I will evaluate is the spread of the police in Mbarara, and then I'll get back to the Honorable Member of Parliament.
Thank you. Leader of Opposition.
Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to salute you for the responses you have given. And I have very few comments to make. I will begin with the one of the woman member of parliament of Buvuma about those people living along the fringes of the two forest reserves and the conflict and the running battles with the National Forest Authority officials. Madam Right Honor, you could have conceived or rather devised of conflict resolution. And I suppose as a government, you must be having some conflict resolution. Better than just evicting them. Because if you say the project, if there are people affected within, those should be project affected persons. That could also be accorded a compensation like you have pledged for those affected around Bombo barracks. The other question by Honorable Tuka. When you came to mention about the 20 billion out of the 135 billion that was appropriated for procurement, and you said vividly that it was part of the contingencies fund. I don't know whether you are aware that this fund has been abused. It's a creature of the Constitution, Article 157, and also Section 26 of the Public Finance Management Act gives a formula. It requires 0.5% of the annual appropriated budget of the previous year. And if the previous year was 44.7 trillion times 0.5%, it would be in the current budget of 2022-2023, 224 billion. But can you imagine a paltry 62 billion is what has constantly for all the budget since 2015, by the way, you better check. We have been receiving that 62. So this is in absolute contravention of the law. And I suppose you had better move as fast as a flash, like a Majekere you are, to address this challenge, Madam Prime Minister. Lastly, this question on Ukoma Simbi, you should have dispensed more justice to it if you would make or even recognize that Ukoma Simbi is part of the beneficiaries of the water for production. Is that program and the fund for water for production. And your response actually was so shy about mentioning whether this particular beneficiary is also appreciating or rather getting anything from that fund, because there are a number of those that have been marginalized even when they are in that cattle corridor. Otherwise, so far so good. I thank you.
Thank you. Next item. Please, today, Prime Minister's time, we exceeded by 30 minutes because I tended to pick very many questions, and yet the rules talk of only 1 hour. Maybe we shall need to revisit the rules in future. Otherwise, many of you still had many questions. Yeah, but I have nowhere to buy time, colleagues. So, next item.
Statement by Minister on actions taken to improve food security and mitigate the impacts of the long dry spell, as well as the performance of the track.
I hope it's uploaded.
Yes, it is, Right Honorable. We submitted it. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, this statement is in response to a matter of national importance raised by the Honorable Anthony Akol, Member of Parliament, Clark North, regarding the need of government to urgently avail farmers across the country with seeds and planting materials to enable them harness the onset of the rain, especially after a lengthy dry spell. Subsequently, Right Honorable Speaker, you ruled that, and I quote, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries should present a comprehensive statement to the House highlighting actions taken to improve food security and mitigate the impacts of the long dry spell. A little bit of background, Right Honorable and colleagues. In May 2022, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries alerted the Cabinet about the looming threat of food and animal feed insecurity. In season A, that's March to July 2022. Despite the state, during the State of the Nation address on the 7th of June 2022, His Excellency the President reiterated the critical need to adequate a plan for food security given the prevailing and emerging threat of poor crop performance in most parts of the country caused by the unpredictable weather patterns, drought, pests and diseases, especially the African armyworm, coupled with over-reliance on rain-fed agriculture. But Honorable Speaker, as you are already aware, the country is currently experiencing food and animal feed shortage. According to the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry routine food security analysis for July 2022, the national food security outlook for the country was as follows. Karamoja is 41% food insecure. Teso is 21.4% food insecure. Achoriland secure. Uganda 17.7% food insecure. Rwenzori 6.3% food insecure. Busoga, Bukobi, Bugisu, Sebei 5.4% food insecure. And Vumero and Kori Chigez 4.2% food insecure. Third classification annual report for the period of March 22 to February 23, issued in April 2022, shows that in the last 2 years, there has been continued average crop and livestock production in the country. The factors contributing to this situation include unpredictable weather patterns, drought, pest and disease outbreaks, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic that limited the supply and availability of fertilizers due to the Russia-Ukraine war that disrupted the fertilizer production and logistics, and limited access to irrigation and irrigation technologies. The insecurity in the Karamoja region further exacerbated the food and feed shortage in that particular sub-region and neighboring areas in the previous month. As a result, the national average retail prices of selected commodities released on 29 July 2022 by UGOS indicated increase in the price for 1 kilogram of maize grain as of July 2022 from Uganda shillings 1,415 shillings in June 2021 to Uganda shillings 2,502 in July 2022. Our responses, Right Honorable Speaker, on improving food security and mitigating the impacts of prolonged dry spell. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the adoption of the parish development model by government as a new policy direction brought about a policy shift from the hitherto government-led distribution of inputs to farmers by NAD and OWC to now farmers acquiring inputs on their own with support from loans obtained from parish-based circles with government funds as a grant. The advantage with PDM is that if all the circles eventually get a than ever before will be sent directly to the smallholder farmers at the lowest unit of the parish. The PDM approach will also remove the persistent complaints from the citizens about centrally procured inputs, claiming late delivery of the same out of season, and sometimes also raising the issue of poor quality of inputs. But Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the strategy under PDM is to push funds into parish-based circles from where farmers can borrow and procure inputs of their selected enterprise on their own. Funding for this new arrangement of PDM led to the pooling of resources previously under NAD, UCDA, and in other MDAs. The effect of this policy shift, colleagues, has been the inability by MAIF means the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Fisheries, and its agencies like NADS, like UCDA and NAGRIC, to give out inputs directly to the farmers as before, because the money is not there. But Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we however believe that with the conclusion of PDM cycle registration and disbursement of funds to the ready, with your permission, I can remove this mask. It's constraining my ability to deliver. I am fully vaccinated. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, we however believe that with the conclusion of PDM cycle registration and disbursement of funds to the ready circles by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development currently ongoing, a number of smallholder farmers will be able to increase production both in the current season, this one of season B, and the subsequent seasons as more circles get ready. My colleague, the Minister of Finance, the Planning and Economic Development, will further give a detailed statement on the same to the House soon, as you will schedule him. But Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in addition to the advantages of PDM articulated above, government took this decision deliberately to wean off farmers from handouts that most of them take for granted, don't own, and therefore affect sustainability of the poverty alleviation programs. The other advantage of PDM is that every other financial year, more money in form of grants will go to the parish to benefit more smallholder farmers and also create a strong revolving financial institution framework at the small local level of the parish. Economists strongly believe and have advised the government that this approach will help to bring more smallholder farmers, especially those with no ability to get securitized loans, into the money economy and empower them to develop and run a sustainable financial institutional framework at their local level. But Honorable Speaker and colleagues, part of the PDM targets the smallholder farmers to enable them to engage in high-value crops on intensive scale. The Ministry of Agriculture, Industry and Fisheries came up with a proposal recently on strategic interventions to target large-scale commercial farmers and institutions with big chunks of arable land. The rationale of this is that PDM targets the smallholder farmers and excludes the big large-scale commercial farmers, yet the latter are required to produce on large scale the low-value enterprises that are not suitable for the smallholder farmers because of land acreage limitations, but even the former will need for food and animal feed security. Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, it's on the basis of the above animal feeds that my youth took a proactive step to propose interventions to address the learning food and animal feed insecurity in the country that will help to complement the partial development model. This proposal has since been presented to and approved by Cabinet. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development is in the process of supporting the participating agencies and entities. Under this intervention of large-scale food and animal feed production, Government of Uganda through NAIF has, number one, collaborated stock patterns with government agencies that hold chunks of land to immediately enter into production of identified food and animal food security crops, i.e. maize, beans, soybeans, and sorghum. The identified agencies under government are National Agricultural Research Organization, NAGRIC, the National Animal Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank, Uganda People's Defense Forces, National Enterprises Corporation, Uganda Prisons Service, and the National Leadership Institute Chankwanzi. These have commenced farming activities for this planting season of 2022. We have identified also and profiled, and we're in the process of concluding MOUs with some large-scale commercial farming entities, individuals, and institutions with reasonably big parcels of land as vehicles for large-scale production, as well as market centers for off-takers for smallholder farmers. These are expected to enter into production in season A of 2023, which is March. Many of the farmers profiled so far are from northern Uganda. Profiling of the same category of farmers continue. Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, my youth has also deployed its entire fleet of equipment for water for agriculture production, excavators, water bowl, etc., to water stressed districts to help farmers to dig, stroke, construct their small and medium-sized farm water tanks and dams. The water bowsers have been sent to some districts in the capital corridor to help with emergency water haulage. Haulage is frequent fetching of water. The challenge, however, is that my youth's fleet of such equipment is very limited. We only have 14 excavator sets, 14 water bowsers. The challenge, however, with my youth's fleet of such equipment is very limited. Yet the demand from the farmers and through you, honorable colleagues, is high. We have accordingly, as my youth, put our request to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to help secure source money, procure more of these equipment sets, and thus build our mechanization and irrigation capacity to intervene and help farmers. I will seek and appeal for your support on this, honorable colleagues. Relatedly, honorable Speaker and colleagues, I wish to inform the House that Cabinet some time back approved the productionalization of 19 zonal agricultural mechanization stroke irrigation centers, namely Achori to be based in Waya, Gweta Muvende to be based in Chankwanzi, Lango to be based in Dokoro District, Agwata, Sebei to be based in Kapchorwa, Gweta Ruwero to be based in Nakasongora, Bubusu to be based in Mbale, Karamoja to be based in Kotido, Chigezi to be based in Kabale, Madu, which is Moyanda Jumani, be based in Ajumani, Glota Masaka, Masaka Chotera Raka Isembawere Mukomansindi Kalonkarangara, be based in Masaka District, Glota Mpiji, which is Mpiji, Utambara Gomba Mukono, be based in Mpiji District at Buwama, Teso, be based in Soroti, Busoga, be based in Iganga District at Namongalwe, Ukedi, be based in Tororo District, West Nile, be based in Poto, Bumere, be based in Chiriandongo, Ankole, be based in Kiruhura Ati. to Henjere, where government has a ranch, National Referral Center, Wakiso District. This will cover Wakiso, Kampala, Mukono, Kayunga, Buikwe. Farm equipment use, operation and maintenance. And they will also act as hubs or workshops for equipment servicing and repair. Performance of the tractor scheme. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, MAIF, with the support of government and this August House, is pursuing an ambitious plan of increasing the percentage of arable land under production from the current 34.4% to at least 50% in the medium term. Because all the land God gave us, only 34.4% of that land is the one we are using to produce food. Yet we quarrel over land. To achieve this, MAIF prioritizes procurement and distribution of tractors of different sizes. That's why we call them appropriate mechanization technologies. Currently, the whole stock of tractors in the country, both private and public owned, stands at 4,000. However, some of these are not operational. That tells you we have a huge deficit of mechanization tools. It is our plan, and following the PDM approach, that each parish, at least in the medium term, has a tractor in the medium term. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, through the district production system and through elected leaders like you, Honorable colleagues, MAIF has gotten lists and continues to get more lists of farming cooperatives, groups, and large-scale farming entities like religious institutions requesting for tractors. We continue to respond as our budget allows. The criteria we follow in allocating tractors to beneficiary groups is guided by the following factors. One, it has to be demand-driven, giving priority to the most famine-prone sub-regions. Two, there must be proof of availability of land suitable for mechanization. So when colleagues, people ask you to recommend them, you must also verify that. Three, there must be confirmation, stroke recommendation for the beneficiaries, either from the local government leaders or you, colleagues, honorable members of parliament. And finally, we respond where there are government pledges, like of HE, the president, to churches, to elsewhere. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, as a mitigation measure against abuse of such tractors that we give out, every farming entity that receives a tractor or any other mechanization stroke irrigation equipment signs a binding MOU with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, stipulating the terms and conditions of use. MAIF retains the right stroke authority to recall the machinery if the beneficiary is found to be in breach of the terms and conditions. An IT solution software is installed in each of the tractors to enable 24-hour digital tracking. This is an innovation in the recent tractors we are giving out. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, for listening to me. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Colleagues, when you look at this statement, it's very, very closely related with the statement which is coming on Tuesday of parish model, the report from the committee on parish model. Debating this, and without the other statement, we shall be repeating ourselves when it comes. So, no. And now, clarification, that's the issue. That's how you open up. That's how you open up. Yeah. Colleagues, please. No. Please. We sent our committee. Their report is ready. They are finalizing. So I don't want to open up in any way. Go, take your time, read this. The minister will be here on Tuesday to clarify on what is not clear. So I've referred it also, the debate, I've referred it to Tuesday next week. Now, colleagues, we have our guests from Karamoja who have come here. And you remember the report we had started on yesterday. But we also have the report from ROP. I think it would be courteous enough to complete that report of the committee. Those are going back to Karamoja. And they've come to specifically listen to the presentation of this report. So the report for the street children, chair of the committee, please come in 15 minutes. You should be done. I'm sure Yeah, everyone has read through the copy.
Item number 7, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of Gender, Labour and Social Development on a motion for resolution of Parliament urging government to respond to the plight of Karamojong children enslaved in street begging and child labour.
So, Chair, present your report.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I already laid the minutes and the report yesterday. And yesterday we had gone up to page 5. We had finished the introduction and the background.
Let's resume from page 5, from where you had reached.
We shall go from page 5, yes, Right Honourable Speaker, where I was talking about the table where the Ministry of Gender submitted by Uganda to the United Nations that paints a picture of the number of street children that have been withdrawn over years. And as a committee, we put a disclaimer that while these figures give an indication of the children rescued, they neither reveal the actual number of children on the street, nor state their districts of origin, or whether the same children are not being re-trafficked. Right Honourable Speaker, I request the members to go with me to page 7, where as a committee we observed that the absence of reliable data affects proper planning, resource allocation, programming, and the designing of appropriate interventions, and makes it difficult, leaving these children in a limbo practically. The dearth of the statistics is made worse, partly due to the laborious process of obtaining a birth certificate, and that the lack of reliable statistics is also an indictment against the government for failure to notice some of its most vulnerable human beings. Right Honourable Speaker, on page 8 we have our observations to that effect. The committee recommends that the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and the Uganda National Bureau of Statistics carry out an audit of all street children in the country periodically, starting from within 12 months from the date of adoption of this report. That the Ministry of Internal Affairs, through the police, should investigate, arrest and prosecute child traffickers. That the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the National Identification and Registration Authority put in place measures to ease the process of acquiring birth certificates as a means of identity, nationality and citizenship. Right Honourable Speaker, on 5.2, it is worthy to note that the phenomenon of migration from Karamoja is not entirely new. Over the years, Karamoja has moved to other parts of the country in search of opportunities, especially when harvests were poor. Many went to work in big plantations in Kachira, Lugazi, Masindi, and on small family plantations in other parts of the country, particularly those near Karamoja, especially Teso, Lango, and Winyoro. And these were mostly men and adult men, and this particular kind of migration was dignified and not forced, and people went back home after regular periods, much different from the mass movement of children and young people as is the practice nowadays. Right Honourable Speaker, we cited push factors to this effect, and we are citing limited social services as one of the push factors, and our recommendations on page 10 are that the committee recommends that government through the Ministry of Education and Sports, A, should construct more primary and secondary schools and technical vocational schools in Karamoja in line with the government policy of having a primary school in every parish, a secondary school in every sub-county, and subsidize them in order to attract more learners. B, ensure compulsory free boarding education for all schools in Karamoja, at least up to senior 4. C, provide meals for all learners in all schools in Karamoja. D, construct more vocational and technical schools in Karamoja to contain the returnees from the streets and the dropouts who may require the skilling. On insecurity, Right Honourable Speaker, our recommendation is on page 11, and We recommend that the government should scale up efforts to address insecurity and prioritize Karamoja in the medium and long-term planning and expenditure framework. On famine and hunger, Right Honorable Speaker, page 12, we recommend that the Ministry of Karamoja Affairs prioritize Karamoja in all different development projects and encourage participation of the local population. B, that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries should implement projects in Karamoja that employ technologies such as irrigation schemes to increase food production and greenhouses and community dams. C, the Office of the Prime Minister should urgently put in place measures to provide regular and adequate supply of food relief for Karamoja and of course also food reserves. On the push factor on poverty, alcoholism, drug abuse and gender-based violence, Right Honorable Speaker, our recommendation is on page 14 and the recommendations are: the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should 1. Prioritize Karamoja regardless of all efforts to combat gender-based violence, including the construction of gender-based violence shelters and youth skilling centers with toolkits. 2. Implement affirmative action with regard to all poverty alleviation programs in Karamoja, including the parish development model. 3. Create awareness and sensitization about the dangers of alcoholism and involve the local communities in all the activities carried out. And B, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should increase the availability of microfinance for income-generating activities for all districts in Karamoja. Right Honorable Speaker, on the connivance by parents and or caregivers and peer pressures, the committee found that parents and caregivers were heavily involved in the trafficking of children from Karamoja to different towns in the country. The committee interacted with some youth at Koblin Youth Skilling Center who had been rescued from various towns, including Kenya. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was concerned that during the interactions with the local council 1 executive members from NAPAC, men seemed unconcerned about child trafficking, indicating that it was the women who were responsible for all the matters relating to their children. At the meetings of the committee held in NAPAC, it was revealed that the women take care of the home, including meeting all needs and engage in business, while men looked after animals and took little interest in the affairs of children. Our recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, on page 15 is the A, Ministry of Internal Affairs through the Uganda Police should investigate all cases of traffickers and prosecute all those parents or caregivers that connive or conspire to traffic their children. B, the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development should create awareness among local governments about their responsibilities regarding the welfare and protection of their children. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the pull factors we looked at were the porous borders and the traffickers, and our recommendation to that effect is the Ministry of Internal Affairs through the police should increase deployment in Karamoja and investigate, arrest, and prosecute all those persons involved in trafficking children. B, Parliament should increase the budget for the Ministry of Internal Affairs to cater for recruitment of more personnel to effectively patrol borders of the districts with high incidence of child trafficking. C, the Ministry of Internal Affairs should have closer working relations with districts with high incidences of child trafficking to ensure uncoordinated work regarding interception of trafficked children. Right Honorable Speaker, we looked at the frameworks that we as a country have developed ourselves and those to which we are signed and ratified that are used to mitigate, reduce, and eliminate the vice of children being trafficked. Right Honorable Speaker, we looked at the Orphans and Vulnerable Children's Policy 2004 and Alternative Care Framework. We looked at withdrawal and prevention of street children strategy 2008, street children action plan 2018, and Right Honorable Speaker, the street children received annually at Kampilingisa National Rehabilitation Center are as in the table below, and the setting up of Koblin Youth Skills Training Center. And when the committee visited the training center, Right Honorable Speaker, it noted a number of shortcomings, a lack of fence, and that this absence of the fence critically gives the children that have been returned leeway to be re-trafficked and the temptation to return to where they had come from. And so the absence of this fence poses a security risk to the inhabitants. 2, inadequate and inappropriate structures. There are insufficient structures to decently accommodate all the inhabitants, and a number of the structures are made of iron sheets. They are makeshift. There was inadequate sanitation facilities, and the very many numbers of children we found there were using almost 3 stanzas of toilets. There was no electricity. While the institution does provide training to various youth in various areas, the youth stay at the center for a short time. The youth and the principal of the center noted that this time was too short for the learners to perfect skills being taught. The committee was also informed that the training was hampered by the lack of startup kits and for the graduates, making it difficult for them to practice the skills and live sustainably. In a number of cases, many of the youth returned to the streets out of frustration or getting re-trafficked. Dwelling Places, which is one of the NGOs working with children in a park, provides some startup kits for graduates and pays some rent for 1 month for each of them, but this was very inadequate. And Right Honorable Speaker, we also looked at the Interministerial Task Force on the Street Children, and we know that the Cabinet in 2019 established an Interministerial Task Force on Street Children. The task force, which is made up of Ministries Gender, Prime Minister's Office, Ministry Karamoja, Ministry Internal Affairs, Ministry Local Government, Ministry Justice, Constitutional Affairs, Ministry of Finance, and Cabinet also directed that the Ministry of Gender to support local governments to implement national parenting guidelines, enactment of bylaws, and mainstreaming of vulnerable families in government programs as a means of preventing children from going to the streets. Right Honorable Speaker, we also looked at the Coordination Office for Trafficking in Persons, the National Task Force Against Trafficking in Persons, and the National Children's Authority. We looked at the National Child Policy 2020, and our observations, Right Honorable Speaker, on page 20, are that the interventions of government are welcome and should go a long way in ensuring the rights of children, including preventing them from finding their way onto the street. However, the phenomenon has instead increased, necessitating government to invest in addressing the root causes, as is highlighted in the children policy. The committee observes that while the various interventions are well-intentioned, they have not fetched the desired results and have placed no significant dent in the problem of the street children because they have either not been implemented or have been poorly implemented. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 21, we are looking at even where the strategies have been implemented, some of the approaches employed have been questionable and have produced unwanted consequences. The withdrawal of children from the streets, for example, Right Honorable Speaker, is constantly brutally carried out, and many of the children are bundled up and pushed on the trucks to Kampiringisa, and some have always ended up back on the streets. Moreover, Right Honorable Speaker, Kampiringisa is a juvenile detention, and these children are not in conflict with the law. That is not to mention the sorry state of the facility in Kampiringisa, the fact that it houses far more inhabitants than it was meant to, leading to overcrowding. The very act of taking street children to Kampiringisa in a brutal manner is an indication that government had not planned well for street children because other than Koblin Youth Skilling Training Center, there is no specific institution meant to rehabilitate these street children. So the committee recommends, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development establishes regional reception centers for children that require protection and security in a phased manner, starting with the financial year 23-24. 2, increase the operational budget for and renovate, retool, and expand Koblin Youth Skilling Center and Kampinigisa Juvenile Detention. 3, prioritize Koblin's Youth Skilling Center in the implementation of all projects by the ministry, including the Green Jobs and Fair Labor Market Program. Provide these youths trained from there with toolkits and enable them establish enterprises after leaving the center. 4, construct industrial cottages in Karamoja sub-region to enable the youth get workspaces after rehabilitation. Right Honorable Speaker, we saw in Napak some construction, similarly a cottage industry that has spent now close to 2 years as a white elephant that would actually house these young people trained from Koblin to work and enter or transit into the service sector. 5, expedite the completion of the gender-based rehabilitation center in Moroto that has spent now 5 years under construction. And Right Honorable Speaker, we would also require accountability and authentic audit on that construction in Moroto that was meant to be a gender-based rehabilitation center that has spent now 5 years without completion. B, the Ministry of Local Government should increase the budget allocation for probation and social welfare officers to enable them reach all families with vulnerable children. Parliament should allocate funds to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to facilitate the Child and Family Protection Unit of Uganda Police and to make it more effective. And the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development to fully implement all the strategies to end child trafficking and the phenomenon of street children. D, all ministries, departments, and agencies dealing with street children should, 1, involve local communities and involve male parents or caregivers in developing and implementing strategies to combat child trafficking and address the challenge of street children. 2, adopt a right-based approach to dealing with street children. 3, develop and implement strategies that include dealing with street children with disabilities. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 23, where further recommendations are review the withdrawal and prevention of street children strategy of 2008, and E, the ministries under the Interministerial Task Force on Street Children should strengthen collaboration with local authorities in Karamoja and urban centers to ensure that there are coordinated efforts in rescuing children following proper procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, we reviewed the legal framework for trafficking in persons in Uganda, the domestic legislations like the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. We also reviewed the Children's Act, CAP 59. We reviewed the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2009. We reviewed the Employment Act 2006. We reviewed the Local Governments Act, CAP 243. We also reviewed the Education Act 2008. The international legislations we reviewed were the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the African Charter on Rights and Welfare of the Child, the International Labour Organization, ILO, Worst Forms of Labor, Convention 182, and our observations were as follows. The committee observes that Uganda has a formidable legal framework for the protection of children. While the legal framework is strong, the challenges in the implementation of the law mean that ultimately the protection that the law aims to bring about is still elusive. The number of cases related to child protection is ridiculously low. and this is to say nothing about the numbers of convictions. This is indicative of the wider problem within the justice, law and order sector generally. These problems include the poor remuneration of police officers, corruption, and understaffing of especially the police and judiciary. And of course, Right Honorable Speaker, the non-operationalization of the National Children's Authority, 2015. The committee further observes that the legal provisions, for example, under Local Governments Act, are not implemented due to inadequate financing. While Local Government Act provides that matters of welfare, probation, and street children are the responsibility of local governments, the meager resources allocated to local governments to these services mean that there is very little that can be done. We also note that while the vice chairpersons of village and parish executive committees are responsible for the welfare of children, the provision has not been implemented, partly because the local governments are not aware of this legal provision or its implementation. Lastly, while the Local Government Act empowers local governments to legislate bylaws and ordinances, this power has not been well exercised in relation to preventing the phenomenon of street children in Uganda. The committee found that only Napak at that time, Napak district had enacted an ordinance preventing the trafficking of children. Our recommendation is A, the Ministries of Justice and Constitutional Affairs and Internal Affairs should fill the staffing gaps for prosecutors, state attorneys, and judicial officers, and police personnel respectively, especially in areas where higher numbers of trafficking are, such as Karamoja. The Ministries of Justice and Constitutional Affairs should provide tailor-made training for all stakeholders, including police personnel, judicial officers, prosecutors, probation and social welfare officers dealing with children and or trafficked persons. C, the Ministry of Local Government should induct all local council executives and continuously sensitize them about responsibilities contained in the law. D, local governments should make adequate budget allocations for matters relating to the welfare of the children. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the problem of street children is intricately linked to trafficking in persons and abuse of human rights, including sexual exploitation and forced labor. The vast majority of street children come from Karamoja, but every region in Uganda is represented among the street children. Right Honorable Speaker, in every urban center, the number of street children in every urban center, the bigger number is the indigenous tribes, and Karamoja makes the second. Even in Kampala here, actually, when you see people with dark skins, you think they are from Karamoja, when they are also from Central and they are simply dark-skinned. Right Honorable Speaker, sadly, there are no reliable statistics to provide a basis for a long-term solution. Many of the children transition into adulthood and even have children of their own while on the streets. We have even started registering adults on the streets, parents following children to the streets. So instead of street children, now we have even adults. The very presence of people living on the street is in itself a huge indictment against the conscience of government and all Ugandans. Failure to concretely address the challenge of street children will significantly impair the attainment of the country's set goals in the National Development Plan 3 and hamstring the aspirations set by the Agenda 2030 and numerous sustainable development goals, because these require us to take care of our most vulnerable in the society, leaving no one behind. It is critical to address the reasons that force children onto the streets, which require proper planning and implementation, and of course addressing the challenges of urbanization. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I beg to move that the motion for a resolution of Parliament urging government to respond to the plight of Karamojong children enslaved in street begging and child labor be adopted by the House, and that this report to be adopted by the Honorable House. I beg to move.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the very detailed report. Colleagues, the issues are very, very clear. I will still have other items, so we are going to have a limited debate of only 10 minutes on this matter. But I will start with youth. I pick Honorable Namuga Goreti, and then I pick Honorable Seku, I pick Wopa, because it's very, very important. And I pick Honorable Mara, I pick Chair, I pick Chair Equal Opportunities Committee, and then I pick Honorable Keo, I pick Karamoja, and the colleague, and then Honorable Ayo. Please. Today you're going to tell me, each one of you, your former what? So some of you are telling me your former youth. Former. So please, let's do 2 minutes strictly. Strictly. And then I allow the minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise in secondment of the motion by the Committee on Gender. However, I want to submit with a very heavy heart, because you'll notice from this report that one of the core challenges that we have as a country is the excesses of policies and yet inadequacies of actions. Right Honorable Speaker, going by this report, you'll notice that we have 7 policy documents for action, including the Street Children Action Plan of 2018. We have the Withdrawal and Prevention of Street Children Strategy of 2018. We have Interministerial Task Force on Street Children. On top of all this, we have 6 pieces of domestic legislation and 4 international legislative commitments, all on the issue of street children. But what has happened? Instead, we've had an escalation in the challenge of street children. It is no longer a Kampala problem or a Karamoja problem. In all these cities, including Gulu City, there's a crisis of the street children. With these formidable and progressive recommendations, Right Honorable Speaker, I want the government to assure us on the time-bound strategies to sustainably eradicate this challenge, because we already have all the necessary, the requisite laws to enable us handle this challenge. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Goreti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I thank the Chair and the team for doing a good job. Right Honorable Speaker, we definitely know that the government ably stated it yesterday that it's financially constrained. Though that does not mean that its duties should not carry out its functions as a serving government. Right Honorable Speaker, we have money on the program of mindset change. I want government to update us the implementation of this. Right Honorable Speaker, too, parish development model. I think Karamoja should be taken as one of those areas that should receive 100% of the money for parish development model. Others can wait, but Karamoja should be given 100%, whether government has money or not. Right Honorable Speaker, when it comes to construction of gender-based violence, gender-based shelters, Right Honorable Speaker, we should help the civil society. This has been started by the UN Women, but the shrinking civic space is limiting the civil society for helping government in some of these activities. Right Honorable Speaker, government should help the civil society on fighting gender-based violence. Right Honorable Speaker, law enforcement. We should look into digitalization of systems. Right Honorable Speaker, ICT is given a little budget. Let's facilitate ICT to have some of these systems digitalized so that we can enforce the law. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Clerk, I don't know if you've said 2 minutes. Oh. Okay, we can start with Honorable Mara.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair of the committee for a very detailed and well-researched report. Right Honorable Speaker, the child abuse and kind of form of slavery that we have seen in the report has been exacerbated by the hostile environment in Karamoja, mainly created by insecurity and famine. I am pleased that His Excellency the President has taken up this responsibility himself, especially on regional strategic security. And I know that the recruits have been passed out, and I believe that on matters of security it has been contained. But famine has been a major issue, and Right Honorable Speaker, the returnees in the report, normally they are just dropped in Karamoja and they come back. And the issue is, how do we sustainably keep them there? And I think it's food. It's food. And also, I would believe that we can do this. We can provide enough food in Karamoja, and I'm always discussing this matter with my friend, Honorable Aliper. I believe that Karamoja, Right Honorable Speaker, should be given a kind of a Marshall Plan where income generation activities are really well planted in Karamoja. I've been informed as well, Right Honorable Speaker, that the cultural practices of young men marrying women, raiding, they have to raid and then they can marry. So I think through mindset change, there must be an investment in Karamoja to really transform them away from that cultural practice, which really causes insecurity in Karamoja. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the child traffickers must be...
Thank you. Thank you.
I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the
Karamoja
opportunity.
MPs, I will pick 3 of you, so you sort yourselves. You can caucus quickly. 3 of you to represent.
Thank you
because
so-
you need support from other MPs.
Mr. Speaker,
Napaka will get.
I have learned that the Karamoja sub-region or region has 7 districts, 9 with a population of between 760 to 800, according to UBOS 2022. According to UBOS, you can Google. Right,
Please, Honorable, continue.
Right, Honorable Speaker, 61% of the people in Karamoja are malnourished. And I think unless we set the standards of living in Karamoja region, we cannot do away with these street children, because they come this side in ways searching for better standards of living, food, and I think this place was greatly affected by civil wars and climate change. In my own understanding, I would ask government to buy affirmative action in way of putting up infrastructure, because the place doesn't have roads, doesn't have hospitals, schools, yet it is mineral rich. I would therefore think government should zero at this, put electricity. So many people would want to go to Karamoja and invest. Actually, the best place for a business person to invest is where there is a lot of land, where there is a lot of cheap capital, cheap labor. But I don't think anyone would want to risk to go to a community where there are uncontrolled guns and there is no infrastructure. I would therefore want to move government to work on that, and then we shall do away with street children. Thank you.
Honorable Judy Sadiak.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry.
The women are in charge. So many you must accept. If they call you madam, accept it graciously.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair of the Committee of Gender for this wonderful report. Right Honorable Speaker, the children that are on streets or that are brought on streets, before they come on the streets, they're already vulnerable. So when they come on the streets, they are more vulnerable. They are subjected to harsh conditions. There's no food. Diseases are there. They are getting HIV/AIDS. They are getting COVID and many other infections, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, these children don't come on their own. They are human beings that transport these children right from their homes. They don't just walk, they are there. And Right Honorable Speaker, when they come, they grow on the streets and they begin producing more street children. So the number keeps on increasing, the number keeps on increasing. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I would like to propose attack on the people who bring these children on the streets. We may or may not be knowing where they are, but we have intelligence that can identify where these children come on the streets from, where they sleep, where they take the money, because it has already become business. To some people, they are making money on these street children, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Can I allow information, Right
No,
Honorable?
but you've concluded. Okay?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee chairperson for this report. But, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize that street children is not a question of Karamoja, but is a national issue. Yes. And therefore, as national leaders, it is important that we address the question of street children. The committee clearly points out that the desk that handles children and children issues at police stations, it is either a desk hidden in a corner or under a tree or on a dilapidated uniport somewhere. The committee clearly states that the ministry, and especially this department in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, be funded to handle children issues. It goes further to indicate that the vice chairpersons are in charge of children affairs. All in our constituencies, when you go to LOC ones and you tell them you are supposed to handle issues regarding children affairs, the vice chairpersons are not aware. So the committee clearly indicates that the Ministry of Local Government should move down and educate our people to know that they handle serious issues regarding children. Right Honorable Speaker, the Koblin Center. The center itself that is supposed to receive these children is also unfriendly. And this also makes these children eventually to run back the street. We need to do something, and the Minister of Gender should develop a proactive process to make sure that this place is properly facilitated. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. One thing is cannot be disputed that the committee has done a very thorough job, and we want to appreciate that effort. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that most of the time the government is doing development across the country in a similar way as though the rest of the country is at the same footing. But we're talking about Karamoja, which is actually lagging behind in terms of development. And it is at that point that I want to say that there is need to emphasize affirmative action in most of these areas that are still lagging behind, Karamoja and the eastern regions, which have been identified to be really the poorest regions in the country. Specifically about this matter, if you realize in the streets now, we only don't have children. We have the mothers, we have the youth, mainly girls, and the children. But you will not see youth who are boys and perhaps young men. They are largely women. And therefore, we are not only speaking about street children, but we are speaking about women, generally speaking. That's the biggest picture that I see in terms of those who come from Karamoja. And so there is need to emphasize this. And I think Minister of Gender, it is you who are the Minister for the Youth and Women Affairs. There is need for the ministry to develop a strategic plan about resettling these people,
especially the women and the children. We'll talk about forest development model.
Thank you, Honorable. I'm seeing members of the committee standing up. Please, if you know you're a member of the committee, please restrain yourself. Honorable Remricha? No, I'm coming, Honorable. Please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, sir, for the opportunity. So I would also want to add my voice.
And also, if you've already spoken, please.